Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the October 18th Board of Supervisors meeting here in Tuolumne County. It is 9 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order, and I will ask Supervisor Sherry Brennan if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Now is time for oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. May I see a show of hands on how many people plan on speaking at public comment? Okay. I will remind the board, the public, that there is an agenda item on bargaining. So this is not the time to make public comment on that. We do anticipate that we will have that closed session either around 10:30 or this afternoon after our appointments, which would be about 2:30. So with that, can I repoll the audience and see how many people intend on making public comment? Okay, thank you very much. I'll open it up for public comment. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Matt Reed. I'm from Congressman Tom McClintock's office, and just here to announce from 10 a.m. this morning until 11:30 a.m., I will be in Supervisor Rodefer's office here on the 4th floor of the County Administration Building to meet with any constituents who may have any issues with the federal government that they may need help with assistance with, or any discussions of federal policy that you'd like me to pass along to Congressman McClintock for you. I'd be happy to meet with you. And I'm here each month. If you can't make it today, I'm sure I'll be back next month, and look forward to meeting with whoever may have any issues that need assistance with. Thank you.
I would like you to pass on our thanks to the Congressman for providing your time for our citizens, his constituents.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Good morning. First off, I would like to thank Alicia, who was extraordinarily helpful at helping me get some TUD candidates nights. So thank you very much, madam. And then my second issue concerns an ad that was placed in the Democrat last week that was like a half page from Tuolumne County's candidate for TUD. And in there were listed several elected officials with their official elected title. And so this candidate has talked about being endorsed by all 5 of you. And I emailed some of you that I wasn't sure about, and you verified that you did in fact endorse this candidate. And then I emailed some of the other elected officials who did verify, a few of them verified that they in fact endorsed this candidate. And so I'm not sure when the public came before you and asked for the Tuolumne County to pick an official candidate to endorse for TUD. And I remember several of you speaking to me about how rather offended you were by some of your opponents who ran against you that had never attended a Board of Supervisors meeting. So then I thought it was kind of interesting that you endorsed as Tuolumne County's TUD candidate the only one who has never attended a TUD meeting. So that seemed kind of hypocritical to me. And then one of the elected officials that I spoke to said that that particular person was visited by a Board of Supervisor member along with the candidate asking for their endorsement. So I kind of had an issue with that because you just all gave the elected officials a raise, and you also control the purse strings for their department budgets. So then I wondered, are these really valid endorsements? Were they being unduly influenced? You know, is this a little coercion? So I have a lot of questions about this because I'm not sure that the election of TUD Board of Directors is necessarily within your jurisdiction. So I would like to formally request and I can put this in writing if you'd like, for the County Council and the CAO to launch an ethics inquiry into whether or not members of the Board of Supervisors have overstepped their bounds. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Debbie Batista, and I am the Register of Voters, and I haven't endorsed anybody. I just want to remind you that it's election time. We have 3 weeks from today will be election day. Next Monday, the 24th, is the last day for anybody to register to vote. If one is going to be 18 on and before November 8th, one can get on and register to vote right now. If one has moved into Tuolumne County from another county, you want to register to vote. If one has moved around Tuolumne County, especially if you've gone from one district to another, you want to re-register to vote. We have already received probably about 2,000 ballots back. So for all of those who have voted early, thank you. We're starting to process them. Hopefully sometime today you'll be able to get online and see where your ballot is. For those of you who have your ballots at home, please do your homework. Read up on all the propositions and the candidates and make a wise choice. Your vote really does matter. I remind everybody that just about, I think it was 6 years ago, the City of Sonora's council was decided by 6 votes. That's more than the people standing at the podium and me. So remember, November 8th, vote. If you're at a polling place, all polling places will be open from 7 a.m. till 8 p.m. If you are not going to be around, we have early voting downstairs to South Green Street from 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. And then the Saturday before Election Day, which I think is the 29th, you can come. No, it's the 5th of November. You can come in and vote between 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock that Saturday. You can drop off your ballots. Exercise your right to vote, so then you can complain. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Debbie. Any other public comment?
Good morning. I'm Tamara Dockstader. I'm the Housing Resources Director with Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I wanted to kind of inform the public and the board of a measure that's going to be on the ballot this year. It's Measure K. There is a huge shortage of affordable housing in Tuolumne County. In many ways, families are one check away, or a senior is one Social Security check away from losing their housing. If everybody listened today, the 2017 raise came out for everybody that's on Social Security. The average senior will get $5 more a month. If their rent went up $30, they're choosing it over their medicine, their energy, food, and everything else. So what is affordable housing or rent? I just kind of want to give you an idea. If you have a single mom that's making $12 an hour, it equates to about $1,920 a month. Fair market rent in Tuolumne County for a 2-bedroom is $1,000 a month. That's 63% of her income. Same thing if she has a smaller child and they got a 1-bedroom, the fair market rent is $747. That is 50% of her income. Something happens, she gets sick, her child gets sick, they call the shelter because we take them in all the time. We're taking more families and seniors in than we have ever seen. No tax dollars in Measure K. There's no fiscal impact at all to the taxpayer. Any future developments would have to go before the board and go through the community and the environmental process. Voter approval is necessary to Tuolumne County to take advantage of local and federal dollars to fund future projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm closing the public comment period. And will the clerk of the board please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held October 4th, 2016, approving a tentative agreement on Article 8, Cafeteria Plan for the Tuolumne County Attorneys Association. Adopt a resolution to accept the offer of an irrevocable and perpetual dedication of a public road and public utility easement in consideration of adopting a resolution to approve the summary vacation for a portion of excess public road and utility easement located at 20732 Ponderosa Way in Tuolumne. Approve correspondence to the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment regarding their proposed California Communities Environmental Health Screening Tool, Cal Envio Screen 3.0. Approve the amendment to the Conflict of Interest Code for the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. Approve the appointment of Janine Simmons to the Historic Preservation Review Commission and Pamela Anderson to the Carter Cemetery District. And approve certificates of recognition for the following centenarians: Catherine Hitch, age 102; Agnes Christensen, age 102; Fern Johannes, age 102; Jewel Gould, age 101; John Quintel, age 101; Lois Forkner, age 101; Anne Freeman, age 101; Francis Bartel, age 110; Thelma Nagel, age 104; Ruth Dubsky, age 101; and Velma Kanegi, age 100.
Supervisor Handbelt, did you want to pull one?
I'd like to pull item 8.
Okay. Anybody else want to pull an item? Okay, so we will vote on item 8 separately. So public comment on items 1 through 7. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Need a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve items 1 through 7 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor of approving items 1 through 7 on the consent calendar signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 4-0. Supervisor Royce is absent. Okay, reread item number 8, please. You can just... Yes.
Okay. So this is approving certificates of recognition for various centenarians.
Okay. Centenarians. Any comment from the public? Okay, Supervisor Handbelt.
Yes, I just thought we should not do this without making a comment about these people. There are 10 people listed here. I know Supervisor Gray and I attended a recent luncheon for our... Who else? You were there, Supervisor Brown.
All 4 of us were there.
I didn't remember you.
I gave out an award.
You did. I remember that. But I just thought it was particularly amazing. You know, we've got, and not all these people are listed. I believe there's probably a few more 100-year-olds in our county, but there are 10 listed here. I think it's amazing, and I think just putting it on a consent calendar was inappropriate. I would like to applaud these people and thank them for their contribution to Tuolumne County and congratulate them. One of them is 110. I mean, that's amazing. I'll never get there, but I felt we had to at least make a formal comment.
I think it's a good point. And, the event, the Centenarian Luncheon, is a really good event, and the public is welcome. They can come buy their lunch and be a part of the ceremony. So it seems like everybody is really grateful that get these awards, and it was a good idea whoever put this together.
Yeah, actually, this is kind of a catch-up on the part of the county. We've never provided these certificates in the past, or at least not in the recent past. And so the reason we've got a number of them on today is we're recognizing those people that have already passed their 100th birthday. And in the future, we will award certificates at the occasion of the luncheon in their birth year for their 100th anniversary of their birth. So, Supervisor Brennan.
I concur. Since all 4 of us were there, I'd also like to thank the Commission on Aging for hosting this event.
Yep, absolutely. So do I have a motion on number 8?
I'll move approval of the certificates to honor these 10 people. 10 people were centenarians in our county.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Handbelt, second by Supervisor Gray. He beat you, Sherry. And with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 4-0 with Supervisor Royce absent. Would the clerk please read item number 9?
Consideration of adopting a resolution declaring October 2016 as Arts and Humanities Month in Tuolumne County.
Do we have a staff report? Anyone? Okay. Public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. I don't think we have any questions of staff. Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval of the attached resolution, the resolution proclaiming October 2016 as Arts and Humanities Month in Tuolumne County.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 4-0. Supervisor Royce is absent. Item number 10. We're rolling right along.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the submission of the California Youth Soccer and Recreation Development Program grant and directing staff as to providing a match of $117,000 towards reconstruction activities related to this project.
Yeah, good to go. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Good morning, Maureen Frank, and with me today is Chris Chasm from Siegfried Landscape Architects and Engineers, and my partner in crime who assisted me with this, Eric Aiken, is fortunately can't be here. He's on jury duty, so he apologizes. This is an exciting day. How many times do we get to look at our community and the opportunity to create a new park for the citizens and for residents and for tourists who come here to enjoy? And that's what we're here today to discuss. On August 16th, you gave authority to county staff to look into pursuing a grant opportunity through the California Youth Soccer Recreation and Development Program. This is leftover money from Prop 40. We were lucky enough to receive those funds and do really good improvements to many of our park facilities. And the state, after all the projects were done statewide, they had money left over, and that's what they've done to it, is cobbled it together and put together this program. It's a competitive grant program with a maximum amount of $1 million available for entities for the development of parks. And specifically, they were looking at soccer fields, basketball, baseball, and open area space. We came before you in August to talk about the corner of creating new sports fields on the corner of Standard and Tuolumne Road. Since that time, staff has been busy working on this. We hired Siegfried to come in and assist us with the master planning efforts and to look at that space on that corner and help assess things and work with us in regards to community meetings. We had several, we engaged the community through a variety of sources, whether it was through our website. We created a public comment section. We held community meetings. We went out to elementary schools, and we went out to some service clubs and asked them what they wanted to do. We also engaged SPI, and they were key in this, and talked to them about a land tenure agreement that was a requirement of the grant application. We worked with our community resource agency staff in regards to development issues that might arise and get their input and into the design of this and to see what kinds of requirements we would have for this project and integrated them into the plan. We also met with the State Parks and Recreation Department. They had a wasn't required, but if you wanted to come and meet them before the application was due and get their feel and have us be able to ask them questions on our application, we were able to do that. So Eric and I afforded ourselves of that and went up to talk to them. So before you today is the draft application for your consideration. The application includes two components. It includes the master plan concepts, based on the feedback we got, and it was wonderful feedback that we got from the community. How many times do we ask them? I'm not here to ask for any money. I'm not here to ask for anything. I'm asked, what would you like to see in a community park? If we have the opportunity to get these funds, what would you like to see? We got everything under the sun. It was amazing. Some of the extremes were disc golf to BMX bike trails to a fishing pond so people can practice fly fishing. The top requests that we got and we heard from people were soccer fields, basketball courts, open grass areas for play and community events, and walking trails. So those are the top things that we heard from the community. We then took these concepts and ideas, and Chris was there with Eric and I during all of these meetings, and we started putting concepts together and things and seeing what the 10 acres could allow and afford us. And the full master plan, and I'll let Chris go into that in a minute and the details and what we developed, but the full master plan that you see up here on the board here, the cost of design and construction of the full plan is $2.5 million. So there are with that, then we only have $1 million that we're applying for. So there's a scaled back version which will be submitted with the grant application in hopes that we'll start with the $1 million if we're successful with the grant application and build onto it and build out this full master plan eventually when other grant funds become available. There are two options for your board to consider in this application process. The option one includes all the elements from phase one of the master plan, which we'll see in the minute, and it calls for the $1 million that we receive from this grant fund to go towards construction only. That means that in option one, the county would then be responsible for all of the ancillary associated costs. So doing all the design work, hiring an architectural firm to come in. The connection fees for water and sewer would be our responsibility. Any type of survey work, staking, archaeological services, topo maps, any of that would be the county's responsibility. And that would mean that we would probably be responsible for about $175,000. In selecting this option, the county would be able to create more playing fields and would receive 5 points for our match. There's not a required match, but if we're willing to say that all the grant funds go to just construction, we will get 5 points. If your board, the second option your board to consider here today is that we would do a little bit more scaled down project than that. We'd probably would only be able to do one of the big fields and one of the smaller fields with this. We would then we would say that the $1 million would go for absolutely everything, not only the construction, but all of those ancillary services that I mentioned. It would go towards the architect fees. It would go towards the connection fees. It would go towards survey and other associated work. If we did this, like I said, the downside of it would be that we would have a much scaled down project, and that instead of the 5 points that we would get if we agreed to this, if you will, match, we would get 0 points for it. It's kind of like all or nothing. So that's an option out for you. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chris to talk to you a little bit about what we did in as far as the engagement with the community and the master plan that we're presenting before you today for consideration in the application.
Good morning. So throughout the process, we started with a series of master plans and concept plans that we brought to the general public to really just get their feedback. And in reality, we wanted to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly about the plans that we presented to them to really understand what they needed and what their desires are of a community park and of a sports park like this. The biggest thing that we heard is soccer fields, soccer fields, soccer fields. Even from the baseball and softball contingency, by designing a soccer facility like this, it would help relieve then the standard softball and baseball complex across the way, allowing them to utilize their fields more often throughout the year. But besides the soccer fields from multiple age groups, including multiple adult soccer fields and then the youth soccer fields, we did hear that we do want to have an interconnectivity of trails from this site to the future expansion of parks throughout Tuolumne. that they do want to have an open space that can be used on weekends and weeknights beyond just the soccer fields that the community can come out to and just have passive recreation and open flex space for recreation. They did want to have a basketball court, again, that could be kind of a flex space as well, that people can come out and play basketball. They can come out when it's raining and do different games and different activities on the hard court as well. And then also having just a playground space that the community come out and use, again, on weekends, and have more of a passive space that has the picnic shelters, with shaded picnic shelters. They have additional picnic spaces that they can come out and use for birthdays, and they can use for general activities beyond just being a full recreational space. We have a restroom concession building in here as well, so it can be a complete facility in the entire build-out of what this Phase 1 is. The other large thing that we heard is that we want full on-site parking for the entire complex. So the full build-out that you see here is 148 parking stalls, trying to relieve as much traffic and congestion on Standard Road as possible. The other major thing that we heard, because there is going to be kind of an interconnectivity between the Standard softball and baseball complex and the soccer complex, is having a connective walkway in between basically the brand new stoplight that we have here, so people can go between each complex. If you have kids on either side of the complex or parking on either side of the complex, they will have a safe place to pass through the different facilities that we have here. But to break this down to see what the kind of the Phase 1 master plan, should I just close this one? Okay. There we go. So what the Phase 1 master plan for the grant application includes is what you see up here now for the kind of the $1 million build out of the site itself. It is significantly less in the infrastructure that you saw on the previous plan. But what this one has is basically your one full-size adult soccer field with two north-south under-12 fields that can also host a myriad of under-8s, under-6, under-7, under-9 soccer fields. You have a flex space and open community space down here that can be used, again, for some of the larger youth groups of soccer fields. But what you see that's kind of missing on this diagram that's there for future is that in the Phase 1, we don't have the restroom concession building going in, we don't have the playgrounds going in, and we don't have some of the picnic shelters going in, but those would be easily be able to be added in future phases of the project itself. And then we have a downsized parking lot that is adequate for the facilities that we're going in with the soccer fields and the amount of people that would come into the site with the soccer fields. But again, because the grant is soccer and basketball, we are continuing to add that basketball piece in here as there is a need throughout Tuolumne for additional basketball courts for the community members.
Okay. With that said, we just want to acknowledge one thing that's in your board memo, and then the press release was just issued this last week, is Sonora Area Foundation. I can't say enough about them. It is not their policy to get out ahead of other grant submissions and to award money, but that's what they did this last week. They went ahead and granted to Tuolumne County $75,000 outright funds to, if we are awarded this grant, they will pay for the playground that you're not seeing on here. But they would, if we were awarded this, they would spend $75,000 to build. We would build the playground with. The other thing that they did is another $75,000 in matching funds, and that would go towards the restrooms and concession stand. And then county staff would look at trying to raise the other $75,000 to complete both of those, that amenity, the restrooms and the concession stands. So we're very fortunate and very lucky to be honored with them stepping forward ahead of time. This makes us, the reason that they did this was to make this grant application as competitive as possible and to show the state how much this community is supporting this project and how much they want to go forward with this. So I can't say enough, and just wanted to publicly acknowledge their generous offer towards this grant application. As I said, this application is highly competitive. When we met with the state, Eric and I did, they said that they expect somewhere between 150 and 200 applications. They only expect to award 60 of these. So I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that this is highly competitive, and we are putting, as always, our best foot forward in making this as competitive as possible. So every point is going to count. So as I said before, the option before you, if you're willing to go ahead and submission of this grant application, is also to know if your board is willing to look at option one and authorize $175,000 in county matching fund for this grant. If you choose to go forward with this, we would be awarded 5 points in this category, which is the maximum amount. If we did this, then the funds are currently not budgeted. They would be looked for budgeting for those funds in the fiscal year 17-18 county funds under the capital project. This project or this grant application is due November 1st, and with awards anticipated to be received by June. So with that, Chris and I are here to answer any questions that your board may have.
Supervisor Gray.
Mr. Chair, Mo, if we approve this and we get the grant, when could we start on the project?
Again, it's a state contract, so it would take probably a couple months, and I would say the fall of 2017.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Supervisor Handel.
I don't have a question, just a comment. I think everybody should recognize that recreation, there's a shortage of recreational opportunity, particularly for our kids in soccer. This is the ideal location for expansion of a countywide thing, and soccer fields offer, actually they're called pitches, but they offer tremendous flexibility in terms of utilization. So we have to go forward, in my view, so I fully support this.
Supervisor Brennan.
So I support this also. I was looking in here. How many acres of the 50 acres will this plan be?
This is 10 acres.
10 acres.
Yeah.
So I just wanted the public to hear that piece because we have had discussions about other opportunities, and I wanted to be certain that they were aware that we are still looking at, there's an additional 40 acres that can be utilized for some of the other sports.
Absolutely, yeah. We were only looking at the 10 acres as your board was pointing out. This is a nice symmetry between this 10 acres right adjoining Standard Road and Tuolumne Road and Standard Park. And so to maximize staff, to maximize equipment, storage sheds, equipment, storage, we would do that between Standard Park and then this new sports complex.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up, public comment. Almost seeing none.
Just one here. Adam Wilson, longtime county resident. I'm a coach. I have two 20-year-old, 10-year-old kids and a 9-year-old kid. I coach lots of different stuff in the community. I think it's great that you guys are, supportive of adding additional recreational space. I think this will be a great thing for the community. In just about 2 days' time, we collected over 250 signatures from the community in support of this. And I'm the incoming president for the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, and the board has given their support towards this project as well. And we'll also look into maybe supplying any grants that we could potentially add to this, and just think it'd be a great thing for our community, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, now seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Before I ask for a motion, I'll just add my own comments. I think things like this are huge attractors for people that have families to come live here, come work here. And it will also bring sports activities from out of county into the county as well, with leagues using some of the facilities. So this is a great boon for our people. It's a great boon for our economy, our businesses, local businesses. It's pretty much, as my predecessor would say, a no-brainer. So with that, I'll open it up for a motion. District 4.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Good.
I move that we adopt a resolution to approve the submission of the California Youth Soccer and Recreation Department Program grant application.
Are you looking for a recommendation on the option as well?
With
So,
recommendation.
Option one.
Option one.
okay.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Hanvelt approving staff to compete for the grant and option one. So with that, I'll ask for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 4-0. Supervisor Royce is absent. Number 11, please.
Consideration of approving a land 10-year agreement with Sierra Pacific Industries for a 10-acre parcel on the corner of Standard and Tuolumne Road for the purpose of construction of the Standard Road Sports Field Complex.
You're still here.
I'm still here. Yes. So, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator, as we were just discussing regarding the grant application, one of the requirements is that either the county had to own the property in which this project was going to be built on, or some type of land tenure agreement needed to be signed into. And so this is one of the requirements for the application. When staff was asked or authorized to go out and start looking at this grant application, and as we were just discussing, Standard Road and Tuolumne Road was the perfect site, we entered into discussions with SPI in regards to their willingness to look at Lot L, the 50 acres, and what we were looking at is just 10 of those acres, as Supervisor Brennan was just mentioning, for recreational purposes. It's zoned for recreation. It was always the intent that in the tenant parcel map for Peaceful Oaks Estate, which is SPI's development project, when the fourth phase was to be constructed, that Lot L, or the 50 acres, would be turned over to the county. What we talked about in regards to this grant application was that would SPI be amenable to, right now, before they start their subdivision, to do a land tenure agreement for this grant application for a term of 35 years, and it would only be that, as we mentioned, just the 10 acres. They were very amenable. So before you for consideration is such an agreement. The agreement was drafted by your county counsel's office. Chris Smith did a wonderful job. And as I said, the term of this lease agreement is 35 years. It can be renewed by both parties in the future for successive terms. It is the compensation for this is that for this land tenure agreement with SPI is the county agrees to make improvements as depicted on the master plan for this grant application, and would maintain and operate the fields. No other money is being transferred. If the county does not obtain this grant, then this agreement would be nullified. So I'm here today to be able to answer any questions you have regarding this land tenure agreement.
Questions of staff? Public comment? Bring it back.
I'll let Supervisor Gray make the motion, but I just want to thank
Mr.
SBI
Chairman.
for being a partner in this.
I move that we approve the 10-year agreement, but also comment it's good to have a company like SBI that sees the value of this type of development. So I want to thank them too.
Second.
Okay. I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Brennan, and an ever-present comment by Supervisor Rotifer. I also would like to thank SPI. They're great community partners. And with that, any other comments?
No, I'd like to echo that, too. I think SPI, when they originally proposed their project, had enough foresight and vision to recognize this area was prime area, and then moving forward to work with us on this. They're good community citizens, and their thanks is
Okay.
deserved.
With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 4-0. With Supervisor Royce absent. Okay, please read item number 12.
Presentation on fire insurance work plan status report and consideration of providing staff direction on future actions.
Okay. Cast of thousands. Well, 2 or 3. She got that already. She needs the other one.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this is really a follow-up to something that your board directed about 1.5 years ago. As you well know, that their concerns have been, the items have been read, right? Okay, there have been increasing concerns from residents about growing difficulties that they are experiencing in obtaining affordable homeowners insurance due to high fire risk in our county. So your board did adopt a fire insurance work program that primarily was for Chief White and myself to work on. And while I've given some updates on different elements along the way, I thought it was high time to give a comprehensive update and some of the most recent actions, and then see what your board would have staff do, or perhaps the board itself do, in follow-up to try and improve the situation that our homeowners find themselves in getting affordable homeowners insurance. So in your packet, the first attachment is the fire insurance work plan that you adopted originally. Given the length of the response, I just went ahead and put it in a memo form instead of the typical matrix that we use. But I'll just go ahead and summarize these things, and again, at any time, if your board wants to stop and ask questions in an area, please do. The first area of the fire insurance work plan was to compile citizen report forms. We've been told by the state insurance commissioner's office that if we were to be taken seriously, we needed specific data, detailed data to give to them to demonstrate that there was indeed a problem, that just saying there's a problem wasn't going to be acceptable to them. So we put together a form which we called Report Challenges Obtaining and or Maintaining Affordable Homeowners Insurance. Put that out on the website. We ultimately received 42 detailed responses from our residents that were indeed provided to the State Insurance Commissioner's office. In summary, what did we find? We had one individual that had their insurance dropped after 30 years without any claims being submitted on their part. We had some annual rate increases, which I've classified as modest. Some people would say that's not modest, but it ranged from $70 to $232 a year, to others that were significant increases that ranged from $5,000 to $5,800. Some of the common reasons why people were either no longer offering coverage or increasing rates included brush fire potential or exposure, high fire risk exposure, or fires, or if they were in a fire zone, they weren't close enough to a fire station, they had difficult road access for emergency vehicles to get to their property, their insurance office, services office, or ISO public protection class rating, PPC was too high. Insurance companies did not recognize volunteer fire stations that were in their area, and of course this was fresh off the rim fire. So staff recently made follow-up phone calls with all 42 of those individuals, because the insurance commissioner's office treats that information as proprietary, confidential, but didn't preclude us from calling people. And in your staff report, you'll see there's a mixture. While most said that they did get contacted by the insurance commissioner's office, some provided additional information, some did not. but many reported that they were able to retain their existing policy or find new insurance, but they usually had to do something with their coverages to make it more affordable, acceptable to them. So they accepted higher risk for a lower premium. Some were still in need of assistance, so we provided whatever information we could by way of information on insurance companies that were writing and being helpful to folks, pointing them to things like the California Fair Plan and, of course, back to the California Department of Insurance. But most everyone who we contacted voiced their appreciation for the follow-up. Frankly, they were surprised that we were following up, but very glad that we did. Many were very concerned because this is, again, right on the heels of the Butte fire. We were also tasked with compiling fuel mapping information, and that was to demonstrate our proactive strategic efforts in our county to mitigate fire risk. And I didn't know if Chief White wanted to comment on that at this juncture.
So statewide, we utilize what's referred to as the CalMapper program, and in the package that was presented to you is a description of CalMapper. That's on a statewide process, but here locally in Tuolumne County, we work with the Stanislaus National Forest, so we can incorporate all of the federal projects that they do. So we have all of that mapping. One of the important things that I'd like to speak to during this entire process is the recognition that a lot of insurance companies are utilizing a new program provided by ISO, the company that produces the PPC ratings. Those PPC ratings are now outdated. A lot of insurance companies are utilizing Fireline. And what CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal's Office is trying to do is get ISO to recognize these fuel mapping projects, or utilize the fuel mapping software so that they can more accurately depict the level of risk associated by Fireline.
All right, the next area was to compile our local ISO or PPC rating information, because that used to be a major driver in this area of fire insurance. And again, our purpose here was to show there was no connection between what was happening to our residents and those PPC ratings, ISO ratings, a lot of people refer to it, that in fact, in each case, since 2011, and that's the chart that's on the screen, it was the handout just provided, so it was really clear, that in each case, each district, the PPC rating provided through ISO has improved. And yet, our premiums are harder to, they either are going up or people are having a tough time, getting affordable insurance to begin with. So again, we're just trying to paint a picture to the State Insurance Commissioner's Office. There's not a connection between this measurement of risk and what people were facing by way of premiums or not being able to obtain insurance. So we thought this was fairly powerful information unto itself, since ISO was one of the big drivers, in the past. In the next area, we had it was to seek assistance from the Insurance Commissioner's Office on insurance coverage, people with their premium problems, and just to waive it once again. The entire booklet of information that we provided to the Insurance Commissioner's Office, was one of these that had all the information that's outlined in your memo. We took several. I think there's at least a dozen people from the Insurance Commissioner's Office that was involved in that initial meeting back in April of 2015. But again, the thrust of our presentation was to demonstrate, that the problem we were experiencing was real, and there was no nexus between the insurance problems our residents were experiencing and our low fire loss history, because we provided a lot of information on fire loss in our county, which is minimal, and lowered risk is measured by these improved PPC ratings, and basically that this warranted investigation by the State Insurance Commissioner's Office. And while we went through each of these materials, we found that during that discussion, as Chief White was starting to say, there was quite a bit of emphasis of discussion about the use of these fuel loading models such as Fireline. And again, I think Chief White did an excellent job of outlining his concerns and that of CAL FIRE and other fire professionals in the use of those models. And there was a call for a meeting with folks from Fireline and others that was promised and never happened, despite, I believe, outreach from CAL FIRE. I don't know if you wanted to comment any further.
Well, to understand is that the days of the PPC score that I've known through my entire career are essentially over, especially in Tuolumne County and the wildland urban environment. The insurance companies are now purchasing from ISO this Fireline program, and that's how they rate the risk. It's one of the tools that they use to rate the risk. The problem that I've seen and that I've identified with ISO is that their intention was that Fireline would be used in conjunction with PPC, whereas insurance companies appear to be utilizing Fireline entirely on its own. There's 3 factors that Fireline utilizes to evaluate in their criteria. One is access, the other is fuel, and the other is topography. So if you're anywhere within a quarter mile of a steep slope, if you're at a dead-end road, and you're in a brush model, you're not likely to get insurance. Your Fireline score is going to be so high that you'll be uninsurable, and that's when people will be looking at Lloyd's of London and the FAIR plan. And unfortunately, when you look up around Tuolumne County, we're the tip of the spear. I think that the reason that we're discussing this more than other counties yet is that we're seeing it first, because so much of Tuolumne County is steep, brush country, with what I think is actually relatively good roads when you compare to other counties. But 2 out of those 3 factors makes getting insurance difficult. Yes, sir.
But I sense, and from my discussions with people, and this is a hot topic, even yesterday, someone told me their insurance was canceled. Anyway, I believe that this is a broad brush. It isn't your specific piece of property. It's the area you live.
Absolutely.
And so, in spite of what you might do to reduce brush, your clearance, defensible space, all that, it still is a broad brush, area-wide approach.
That's exactly the term that I use, is very broad brushstrokes that they're painting entire counties with as far as the fire hazard. So we've challenged ISO and Fireline, because they talk about their modeling, and that their modeling shows that when a fire starts over here that it'll burn through this entire community. And I've challenged them to bring their models to CAL FIRE so that I can show them, okay, if a fire starts down in this drainage, show me which way your fire models will show that the fire burns. Because what Fireline doesn't take into account is any fire suppression. It also doesn't take into account any construction types, but it also doesn't take into account any defensible space that homeowners do around their own properties, or of any of the fuel breaks that the Fire Safe Councils, the SPI, Forest Service, CAL FIRE, all of us work together. Because so many of the times we use shaded fuel breaks because it's better for the environment. But if Fireline is utilizing these aerial imagery from satellites and their algorithm, their computers that are doing this, that are coming up with the scores, this isn't a human looking at a property and actually rating it. This is a computer that's looking at these satellite imagery to develop the score. So it's flawed. To not take into account any of the suppression tactics. That's why I want to challenge their models, because we have so many successes both here in Tuolumne County as well as in Calaveras County, that if you were to show the Butte fire, the Butte, as devastating as it was, had 2 very large successes. One was a community over on the Amador side, and the second was McCollum Hill on the Calaveras side, because we had fuel breaks in place. When that fire came racing out of the canyon, we were able to stop it before it overtook the entire community. The Oak Fire right here. Yeah. We also have the Big Creek because of some fuel breaks that we had from years ago. So there's just a lot of different dynamics. Additionally, old fires still work as fuel breaks for future fires. So we really should be looking at all of the fires that we have are actually, in their own sense, a fuel break for a future fire. We can reuse the old fire lines, as well as that's a reduction in the fuels.
So that was one of the questions I had was precisely that with the Fire Safe Councils, the work they've been doing, and that actually if you're looking at it from the air, you still have to maintain a certain canopy cover, but you have really reduced all of the ladder fuels that would, aid in the spread of these catastrophic fires.
Absolutely. That's our intent, is to prevent the torching or the crown fires, keep it on the ground, and our firefighters can go in a shaded fuel break and stop the fire. But the aerial imagery isn't going to identify that. And so we're also challenging Fireline and ISO to incorporate all of the data from the Cal Mapper into their data sets so that they have all of the fuel breaks that we work so hard to do. And, the taxpayers are paying for the funds that are being allocated and being used appropriately, but no credit being given on their insurance bill.
Mr. Chairman, quick question here. What is your sense that the Insurance Commission is willing to engage and actually help?
As it's mentioned in this report, even from our insurance companies, that they're skeptical. The fact that they're holding these meetings is good. I mean, it's absolutely good. But it's going to take political pressure, which is kind of getting to the punchline of this presentation. We need more counties, more people bringing pressure to bear on these issues, because it's just not getting the attention that it should. I think this would be something that should be high on the priority of the State Insurance Commissioner's office, and addressing some of these detailed issues, such as what Chief White has hit upon.
What are we doing in RCRC on it?
It's a topic they bring up, but I don't know exactly what's going on. I was thinking that maybe we get Chief White to come to RCRC and talk about it. I will say that I talked to an local insurance broker, and he told me that this problem was getting worse. He mentioned one company in particular who had told them they were not going to renew policies in our area. My neighbor had that insurance company. He just renewed his policy. I told him, beware, a year from now you're not going to get your policy renewed. And the guy I talked to yesterday, that was the company, and they did not renew his policy. They're just blanket doing that, and I think it's exactly what you say. They're looking at this rather myopically, and it's area-wide broad brush, and they're just taking it out. Now, what he told me that is scary, he says, well, Lloyd's of London is writing policies. At some point, they'll stop writing policies because they won't want to overcommit their risk in one area.
Actually, there is one instance that I became aware of Lloyd's of London either not renewing or not writing a policy in this county.
So the situation is getting worse. It's not getting better. And so I think that's a good point. I'll contact RCRC, and if you're willing to come share this kind of information, I'll see if we can't get you on the agenda. Just give a presentation. And by the way, I'm going to see them on Thursday. So,
yeah, I think it's important. I mean, that's our primary venue for rural issues, and a lot of the member counties are Foothill and Sierra counties. So I think it's important.
Could I my second question?
Go ahead. Did I cut you off?
Of course, that's okay. Chief White, I've been at numerous SWIFT meetings where we've seen presentations on the mapping system and everything, and it's really phenomenal what has been done with how it's included all the fire breaks and the old fires and everything. But is that online still? Can you access that online?
Fire Mapper or Cal Mapper can be accessed. I'm not sure if it's available off of the internet homepage for CAL FIRE or if access has to be provided. I'm not sure of the specifics. I've already talked with our specialist down in Sacramento who said that providing ISO that data is currently available. So I think it is public. It's definitely public information. Access, I'm not sure about.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll just try to move through as quickly as I can, because I think we're getting to the information. We had a follow-up meeting with the State Insurance Commissioner's office this past, just last month, and learned that this was really being driven by input from the State Tree Mortality Task Force that both Supervisor Hanvelt and Brennan serve on. And when I got there at the meeting, it seemed to be focused on the California Fair Plan. At that time, bad things have happened with insurance, and that's your catcher's mitt, program. That's the safety net, if you will. I went ahead and took the opportunity to dive into some of these issues we brought up a year and a half earlier, and there were other folks that were on the line and getting a few words of encouragement over the phone from other counties that were on the line that we needed to look at some of these deeper root issues and not just talk about what happens if you can't get insurance. But it was during that meeting, as I mentioned in the memo, that it indicated to me clearly that the insurance industry and the insurance commissioner's office had come to fully embrace and have become ever more reliant, if not driven, by these fuel loading models, despite the concerns that Chief White has brought up. It was something they said was coming. Well, they're there, and they've got both feet into it at this point. At that meeting, or in preparation for that meeting, I put on the screen, there's a bunch of handouts provided, and I'm just going to share a couple of them. The one I have on the screen shows or depicts what they show as a measure of risk is the number of homes that are within high fire zones. And you'll see right in the middle is Tuolumne County, and that we're the only dark red county in the state. And it's just looking number of homes within these high fire risk areas. And again, that's based upon looking primarily at canopy, not what's under it and anything else. And that's unnerving, to see a map like that we're potentially the highest risk county in the state. And I think Josh wanted to mention something on that as well.
So Fireline and the parent company Verisk puts out a very similar map to this, but it's not quite as bad as what it's painting Tuolumne County out specifically for. Actually, Verisk has different data, and I'd really have to go in and compare the data sets and what the evaluation is, because it shows that Alpine has the highest, the top 5 counties by highest concentration of housing units in high and extreme wildland risk category. Alpine at 88.3%, Mariposa at 81.6%, and then Tuolumne at 80.5%. So they're looking at something different. I don't know what CDI was looking at to develop the criteria for the percentage. So understand that we're also talking about percentage of homes that live in the wildland. When you look down at San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino, they have tens, if not hundreds of thousands more homes in the wildland urban environment. It's just that on a percentage basis compared to their total population, it's a smaller percentage. The risk is much greater further in the south.
Okay, the other chart I wanted to point out, and this shows that shift from the PPC ratings, to these use of these brush models. So this was information gathered from the top 27 insurers, in the state. And if you look at the far left of this model, the two columns there, the first one is, does the insurer prohibit writing in protection class 7 and 8, that PPC rating, or does the insurer prohibit writing in protection class even 9 and 10, 10 being the worst that you can get. And you'll see on the far left of each of those columns, it doesn't show really good on the screen, but that's what they're showing is, yes, the insurer could be prohibited from writing, but the majority of them, it does not exclude them from having insurance written for them. However, if you look across, does brush model help determine acceptability? And this bar right here ties to this measure right here. It says can determine eligibility, brush model only. And as we've continued to dig into this thing, it's very clear that these brush models are indeed driving it now in the insurance industry. So I thought those were two particularly important charts. I think I had one. And then one other thing I did want to just mention with the California FAIR Plan, that again, that was seen to be the main purpose. I don't think I have that one up. I only have part of it. So I'll just mention it, is that in the California FAIR Plan, it provides inadequate insurance unto itself, inadequate coverage. You can look at the premiums, they look relatively affordable, but it's low, inadequate insurance unto itself, and they have another policy that has to be written in tandem with it called a difference in conditions, or a DIC policy. So if you take a California FAIR Plan plus a DIC, or difference in conditions policy, those two together equal what someone would normally get through their homeowner's insurance, as we've enjoyed up to this point. So you really have to look at California FAIR Plan plus that difference in conditions policy to see what it really costs when we talk about the California Fair Plan, and that was pointed out as a problem, as well. But you have to go to other insurance. There's a number of insurance companies will write these DIC policies, but they do come, at a premium. So that was important takeaway from that meeting as well. I did already mention that just a couple things in here that we have been successful in getting our public protection class rating improved for the county fire department due to the efforts of Chief White and others. There's been a lot of public education that we tried to put out after our last presentation of what people can do to look for insurance and things that they can do on their property to help with insurance under the old rules of what helps you get your insurance policies. And then there's been, we have had, maybe I should pause at that. Did you want to say anything further on the educational side?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good enough. And then we have reached out to the insurance companies themselves, again, because they've been involved all the way. Our insurance companies and our Board of Realtors, just seeing what are they seeing, and that's quite a lengthy response that you'll see in the report. Board of Realtors, it was a problem a year and a half ago. It's still a problem in trying to close some sale transactions. Either they can't get it done because they can't get insurance, or it slows down their process as people look, for insurance that's acceptable for escrow to close. But again, the Board of Realtors is very pleased that the county was still pitching at it, wondering how effective we can be. But we're very thankful that we're doing what we could. The insurance agents, a couple of big ones I'll just pull out of the several bullets that you have in your staff report. They did say unequivocally that none had come across a property yet that they could not write a homeowner's insurance policy for, but basically at what cost. They said they can get you insurance, but it's going to cost. Found out that a number of them do offer the California Fair Plan. They will write those policies because sometimes it is the best deal, and they do work with those DIC policies as well. They did think it might be better to try and get to some of these big insurance companies and but you have to get to decision makers in those companies to try to provide this information to see if they would do anything different than what they're doing today. Because the people that you typically talk with don't have the authority to make any decisions or do anything. They definitely talked about that diminishing role that the ISO or PPC rating plays, that it's becoming more driven by the Fireline product. They also felt that Fireline was flawed. They noted that Fireline scoring is now being used by their companies to establish a baseline threshold to determine if properties would even be considered for coverage. That didn't exist a year and a half ago. So right now, if you don't have a certain Fireline rating, they won't take another look at you, you're done. If you get an acceptable Fireline rating, then they'll go through the normal regimen of checking out your property and acceptability of risk. That's a big deal. Some agents had also heard that they were pushing to make wildland fire coverage a special coverage similar to earthquake insurance. That was a concern because you'd have a basic homeowner's insurance. If you have a fire created within your house, that would be covered. But if you're in a wildland area, if you want to be covered, you've got to have a separate insurance policy, just like you have the option to get earthquake, insurance. That's not a done deal. That's something they're hearing. And as I was reminded, if they do go there, that even the earthquake insurance thing, it took years for that to come into play, but they're looking at it.
Just a question on that.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a fire that started on your property you'd be covered, but your neighbor's property you wouldn't?
Carl, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
It's a good question. Because you can see that.
Because where does it become a wildland fire, and where is it? I mean, we've had
Right.
any number of fires that have started in one house, and either we protected the immediate surrounding houses, or we weren't able to, and it spread. If they go that route, I think that we need to be involved in what the definition of a wildland fire is.
Absolutely. All the stuff would need to be vetted
Okay.
publicly. And the other thing was that they were looking at using Fireline as the basis of potentially a tiered premium pricing scheme.
Okay. Supervisor Gray, you
While
have a question?
we're paused for questions there, I had something that has come to my mind when you talk about the insurance brokers. What incentive does an insurance broker have to write a cheaper policy?
None.
There really isn't.
Market, that's it.
And, so there's where I think we really need the insurance commissioners' help in, because we're not going to get it from the insurance companies or the brokers. They have no incentive to write a cheaper policy.
Right. Well, and the other thing that's been taken out of this, and it's been said, but just to be even clearer, is that there's no reward at the end of this if a homeowner does all the actions that we ask them to do to make their house as fireproof as possible. A county like ours, which was a big part of what I was talking about last month, look at all the stuff that Tuolumne County is doing to be as proactive as we can, from everything like our Fire Safe Council, fuel break, projects, to the good response plans that we have as responding agencies, to, you want to?
Can I have one? Sure. Best firefighters in the world.
Oh, yeah, okay, of course. Goes without saying. Yeah.
Is that a paid political announcement?
But all of
paid.
Well, all the things that we're doing with tree mortality, as proactive as any county in the state, and the things that we're doing, the millions of dollars, all the different agencies working together, where is the reward to take all these actions if they're not somehow acknowledged in this process? Because right now, it's not.
And additionally, we have the example of success with the rim fire. We lost very few structures because of the proactive work and the great firefighters that we had.
Right.
The best firefighters in the
The
world.
best.
There we go. Got it. I got the quote.
Well, the last section of the report just gets into fire protecting, enhancing projects, and you're well versed in all the things that we've done. This went on steroids since the plan was done a year and a half ago, with all the tree mortality, efforts that we've taken. Also related to drought, there's been a lot of efforts also by our individual water companies, water districts. Not only trying to do things to create additional capacity for water, for suppression, and those kinds of things, but they've become their own logging operations unto themselves. And, TUD's mentioned in here, and that they're looking at 3,000 trees themselves that they're looking at taking out that are bug-killed, drought-stricken, trees. So that just gets us to the bottom. And future actions, what may be the greatest priorities. I've listed a few here, and we've kind of hit on them. Is that first, we need other rural counties that need to join in these discussions, and RCRC is probably the best vehicle, for doing that. The California Department of Insurance needs to undertake a thorough review of these fuel loading tools and their use in insurance underwriting policies. Any movement towards making wildland fire coverage a special coverage similar to earthquake insurance, or looking to use Fireline scores as the basis of tiered premium pricing, all need to be vetted, and that process needs to be done publicly. And that we also need to encourage the Insurance Commissioner's Office to insist on underwriting policies that reward actions by individual homeowners and communities such as ours to work proactively to reduce fire threats and increase suppression capabilities, and to reflect the differences between urban versus rural fire threats and the most effective prevention and suppression measures. That came up in the discussion too. The vast difference between what LA might be looking at, or San Francisco or whatever, versus Placerville or our county. There's a vast difference in the threat. There's a vast difference in how we plan for it, the actions we can take proactively, and how we fight fires in these settings. And none of that stuff is taken into consideration. That landscape, I would say it's more than even, I know they're not looking at individual properties under these concepts. They're not even looking at individual counties. They're looking at regions of the state. And they've even mentioned in that discussion, even the state as a whole, at minimum, they've got to look at urban versus, rural, minimum. So those are just some of, my thoughts after, going through all of this. So that would be the end of the presentation, unless Chief White has anything more. and just looking for direction from the board of how would you like us to, what future steps would you like us to take?
Okay. Quick
Supervisor
question.
Gray?
Can you go to RCRC and do this? The next board meeting, I think, is December.
You're interrupting Supervisor Gray.
Sorry.
I think we have to continue to be as aggressive as possible. The RCRC line is probably very important because it may not have got to the other counties yet, but we know it will. So I think everything on your laundry list we need to go after.
Supervisor Handbelt was next.
You have to ask permission? I mean,
As a unit chief, I'll check with region staff to ensure that there's not any kind of conflict. I don't see one, and I'd be happy to go as the county fire chief.
okay. Because I'll talk to the bosses at RCRC this week.
I'd be happy to, because I truly believe that this is impacting all of the Sierra counties, as well as stretching all the way down. I had a legislative aide from San Bernardino reach out to me and ask me questions about fire lines. So this is truly far-reaching from Oregon all the way down to Mexico.
And now Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and so I think RCRC is definitely the place to start, but we should look at CSAC also, because I think with our rural caucus at CSAC, again, we're having these very same conversations. And then the form for reporting the challenges, obtaining and or maintaining affordable homeowner insurance, is that still up on our website? Because I think we should be continuing to collect information.
I don't know if it isn't, we'll make sure it's still up.
Okay. And I'll also query, especially the WIR and NACO, about if this is a multi-state issue as well, because I think that if it's not, it will be pretty soon with the tree mortality moving through and everything. I have to make a comment because it's issues like these that are potentially devastating to our people and their way of life that are really only solved through collaboration and cooperation with across agencies. Obviously, CAL FIRE and the county are working very well together, but also across counties, and it's the relationships and everything that we develop and in working through some of these agencies like RCRC and CSAC that are going to give us the leverage to do whatever we can to do. And I'm not sure how much success we're going to have, but we're not going to have it by ourselves. We're going to have it in collaboration with other counties that are like-minded. And that is work that your Board of Supervisors does all the time, but it's also work that your staff does very, very well on a daily basis. So I thank you for the presentation, and very, very informative, and I would echo Supervisor Gray's comments. Keep doing everything you're doing and do anything else that you can figure out to do in the process. Can I have any public comment, please? Okay, I don't think there's a motion appropriate for this. You got your guidance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Will the clerk of the board please read item number 13?
This is consideration of approving correspondence commenting on the proposed revisions to the 303D list of impaired water bodies.
Okay.
Supervisor?
Yes.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 87-100, I'm recusing myself from this item based on a conflict of interest due to my economic interest with Brennan Ranch as the owner of an allotment holder that includes the water bodies recommended by the Central Valley Water Quality Board to be added to the 303D list.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Brennan. We'll await your return. Staff report.
Okay, so the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is required to put forth their recommendations for water bodies that may have impairment from various pollutants or chemicals. And so this year they have put forth a variety of additional water bodies to be added to the list, the 303D list of impaired water bodies, 6 of which are found in grazing allotments within the Stanislaus National Forest. And so those creeks are listed in the comments there. It's Bell Creek, Bull Meadow Creek, Jawbone Creek, Niagara Creek, Rose Creek, and a tributary to Jawbone Creek. They have been found to contain E. coli and or fecal coliform, and that is the reason for their listing for impairment. The concern here is that data was collected up until, well, I should mention that this report is from 2014, so these new additional creeks are being added to the 2014 integrated report. So we're looking back a couple years here. So data on these water bodies or on any water body for proposed listing was accepted through August 30th, 2010. And so at that time, some data on these water bodies was submitted by the Central Sierra Environmental Research Center and determined that these 6 creeks did have the pollutant enough to deem them impaired. Our concern here, or after we discussed this at the Natural Resources Committee meeting, the concern is that in 2011, so the year after data was no longer collected for these water bodies, the UC Cooperative Extension did a massive research study on 12 different regions, 12 different grazing allotments throughout the state in national forest land, and they determined that there was not, in over 90% of the collection locations that they took, they determined that there was not a significant amount of fecal coliform and or E. coli contamination in water bodies. So the issue here is that, or the issue that came up in the Natural Resources Committee, is that there is just a discrepancy between data. Now, granted, we understand that there has to be a cutoff point for data to be accepted. So the August 30th, 2010, what can be done? But we determined, or the Natural Resources Committee requested that we submit correspondence, or that your board submit correspondence, rather, requesting that an additional study be done with all stakeholders. Since there is such a discrepancy in the data and the findings of the data, there's just some concerns about listing these creeks and just the reality or the conclusions that are drawn as a result. So I am requesting here that your board consider approving correspondence commenting on the proposed revisions to the 303D list of impaired water bodies.
Okay. Any questions of staff?
Comment, but no
Go
question.
ahead.
Would it be beneficial to include the study that was done by UC Davis or link to that study to make it quicker for the Secretary's staff to look at those issues? Or is that possible?
We could, certainly.
Because they're going to go out and search, but if it's right there, you can push that button. I think it would be
Sure.
helpful.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, yeah.
Supervisor Handbelt?
Just a comment. Ms. Peterson and I attended a tour, if you will, with Drs. Tate and Roach in one of the grazing allotments where they showed us how they take data, which was really an interesting exercise. It was kind of an all-day thing out there, and they showed how they selected sampling sites. And it's clear that that they do these things in a very thoughtful and scientific manner without trying to bias anything. They're trying to make sure they get representative data from these areas. There was no, by the way, the State Water Board, Central Valley Water Board, and one other agency
It's both of those, yeah.
were there. And and they have a process that just is fixed. I think that's part of the problem. They're using old data. They act very slowly before they do things, and my impression is they don't even question the data they've got. I don't know that to be the case, but that was the impression. They have this data. They're not taking any more data. It doesn't make any difference. So there's lots of issues with the process as well, and so I'm very concerned about we get the wrong answer. Now, if these things are impaired, I mean, I'm the first to sign up and say we need to do something about it, but just naming impaired doesn't do anything either. But anyway, I'm concerned about the process, and so I fully support us taking some action to see if we can't get something to happen different.
Okay. Public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back. I think this is, I think it's very important to get the right answer here and not just the convenient answer. I think we have competing data, and what I would like to see, and I think that's what we're asking for, is a cooperative data gathering venture to provide up-to-date, accurate, agreed-upon data. The data that the Water Board is relying on was collected by a single agency. I'm not making any disparaging assertions about that agency, but it was not scientifically collected from the standpoint that there's no independent audit of that data or the collection methods or the transportation methods of that data. And anybody that understands these kinds of data will tell you that a lot of things can happen if it's not done exactly right. So because we have significantly disparaging data, I think that an independent or collaborative study, let's get everybody that has whatever agenda they want to pursue together, and let's all go out in the forest. Let's collect the data. Let's come back, do it scientifically, do it in a controlled manner, and then let's act on the data. So I think that's what we're asking for, and I think that's the right answer. So since there was no public comment, I'm looking for a motion.
Before we do that,
Go ahead.
Supervisor Gray, did you want to modify this letter slightly?
I just think that it would be good to somewhere cite the UC Davis study and make it easier for them to access. And whether we can put a line in there that just simply says.
Can we modify
that.
this to do that?
Yeah,
Sure.
a web link.
Okay. So
That's a good idea.
Can we ask it to be, I mean, we can either approve that process or we can ask her to modify it and bring it back this afternoon.
I'm fine with just.
given staff direction.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
With that addition, I'll move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Hanveld, second by Supervisor Gray on approving the letter with an addition of a citation in the letter, a sentence or citation in the letter citing the UC Davis study and how they might be able to access the results of that study. Okay? Everybody okay with that? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 4-0 with Supervisor Brennan recused. And I'm going to ask for Supervisor Brennan to come back in. And I'm going to deviate from the agenda right now. We're going to take our item 20, conference with labor negotiations, closed session, because we've got some people that I believe want to make public comment, and I don't want to keep them here over lunch. So if the clerk of the board will read item 20A, can we do A and B in the next half hour? Okay. Read NC. Read all of 20 and our 11 o'clock.
Here we go. So it's closed session.
Okay, that's right. Well, okay, then we'll read item 20.
Okay. Closed session. This is a conference with labor negotiator Craig Pietro and Ann Friend. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. And conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 5495669D4, one case. And conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Mark Kurzich et al. Versus County of Tuolumne, United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 116 CV 01116 DAD SAB.
Okay, do we anticipate reporting out on which item?
Probably B.
Okay, we do anticipate a report out on item B. Anything on A? Okay. I will take public comment at this time on either one of those closed session items, A, B, or C. Good morning.
My name's Claudia Livingston. I'm an in-home caregiver for my ex-husband. I still live with him due to the fact that he has had cancerous brain tumor removed, and he needs assistance with everything. His memory has been affected, his ability, his balance, everything. It's been affected. I do everything for him, his laundry, his cooking, his taking care of his dog, everything, all the cleaning, everything. His showers, cleaning his dentures. I have to keep the floors clear of debris so he doesn't trip, because if he does hit that side of his head, he could have a bleed out and die. And it's a trip to the emergency room. And right now we have recently went twice this week because of a staph infection on his finger that I've been attending to. I have to purchase my own gloves to put the dressings on and all of that. And that comes out of my pay because he doesn't get enough from his disability to pay for that stuff. I take him to his doctor's appointments every month. I make sure his medications are filled. I pick them up at the pharmacy. He cannot be left alone. At one time, for instance, he tried to put a container of ice cream on the stove to soften it up so he could get a bowl. He is a danger to himself if he lives alone. And just to have some quality of life instead of living in a care facility, this is what I do for him. I am only allowed to claim up to 9 hours a day. I am a 24/7 caregiver. When he wakes up in the night to use the bathroom, I have to make sure I get up so that he's not stumbling around and falling into the walls. I'm here today to ask for a raise, and I need medical, dental, and vision added to our contract. Please understand that the work that we do is God's work. I pay out of pocket for my insurance with the help of Cover California. It's very expensive when you're only making minimum wage. So at this point, this is what I'm asking for. Some health coverage, dental and vision, and a raise in pay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Corey. I'm a home care provider from Merced County. I take care of my mom who has severe COPD, which means she only has like 22% of her lung capacity, so she gets exhausted real easy. So she needs assistance, bathing, dressing, even getting her, it's hard for her to walk very far, so we have a wheelchair for her, so, and she also has a walker. She's also diabetic, and so, she's on insulin. But the reason I'm here is to give support to my brothers and sisters here in Tuolumne County, for you to give them a livable wage, and also dental and vision, what they're asking for in their contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Lipscomb. I'm an in-home supported services provider for Tuolumne County. I believe that infection control should be everybody's concern and responsibility. The super bugs that our society is dealing with today did not become super just by the misuse of medications. They also became super by the mishandling of infectious material. We need to protect ourselves, our clients, and our community from these infectious waste. So please help us to protect ourselves and everybody else by providing us with gloves, gowns, and red bags, and a red bag disposal site. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My
morning.
name is Jessie Mendoza. I'm from Stanislaus County, UDW Local 3930, and I'm here to support the home care providers of Tuolumne County. Until recently, I too was a home care provider for Mother for almost 9 years. She recently passed away, but it was a 24/7 job, which Mother chose to stay at home, and you know, I'm grateful that I was the blessed one to stay home and care for her. But at the meantime, I had to give up a full-time paying job to stay with her, but I chose that. I'm here to support these providers that work long hours, and I'm aware of it because I did the same for very little pay. They're asking for an increase in wages and benefits, which all of us, that should be something that we should all have. You have it, others have it, other employees have it. This is something that we all need to have. An increase in wages will put the money back into the community. And so it works well for everyone. Please consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherilyn Rich, and I'm with the United Domestic Workers Union also. And we've been having, a lot of the clients have been having trouble with the share of cost of Medi-Cal. My mother currently has a share of cost of $1,200 a month. Why would she need Medi-Cal if she could come up with $1,200 a month? I also am her caregiver. I need a pay raise also in order to meet her needs of gasoline, to take her back and forth to her appointments. She has 5 broken vertebrae in her back and osteoporosis, 3 kinds of different arthritises, and I'm her only caregiver. I'm unable to work right now due to the fact she has a share of cost of $1,200 a month. And I work for IHSS in-home supportive services also, and I know others that are in the same difficulty. We need pay raises also to meet the needs, and also our supplies also with the county also. I am from Sonora here. So, and there's only 300 of us right now that can meet the needs, and there's many more constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Della, and I'm here on behalf of my grandson who sustained a terrible accident a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. He was 17 years old. When he was released from the hospital, he could not walk. He could barely swallow. And he's nonverbal. Now, I don't know what your hearts would direct you with your grandchildren. If you can picture your grandchild in that position, being released, I don't know what decision you would make. For us, it was a no-brainer. We're taking this boy home. And as slow as progress as he's made, I know that he has gained much more at home, being at home, than had we put him in a facility. And in that process, it has saved the state thousands of dollars. My daughter gave up a very good job in a corporate office to stay home and take care of my grandson, her son. And it has been very hard, but I would hope that each one of you could put yourself in that position to know the kind of work that we do. And he has gained, but he's still nonverbal. He still can't walk. And we have 24/7 care for him. And he's a young man. We don't know how long this is going to take, but I would hope that you could each put your child in your mind's eye, your child, your grandchild in that position, and know what we struggle with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susana Saldaña. I come from Merced County, and I also am a home care provider with IHSS, and I care for my son that is 29 years old, and he's been mentally and physically disabled since pretty much he was born. So it's taking a toll on our lives, but I care for him. He's a blessing to have, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I would not let him go to a home. I'm going to take care of him. And so I'm here today to talk for the people here of Tuolumne. I'm sure that there's a lot of people here with the same lives that I have to live. With my child, there's people here in Tuolumne suffering the same consequences and being underpaid for the work that they do. So today I'm here to ask you to please, consider all the work that home care providers do, which is like, in the morning when they wake up, you have to get them up. Get them motivated. Tell them good morning. Treat them like human beings, not like they're disabled or mentally or physically. Treat them like normal human beings. Take them a shower. Brush their teeth, because sometimes you can say, here, brush your teeth, and that child does not know how to brush their teeth, or they won't do a good job, and they go and they smell. You got to take them a bath and make sure they wash their underarms, their whole body, and let them live a normal life the way you do and I do. And it's very, very a lot of work from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep. You have to also make sure they get their 3 meals, their snacks, their clothes, put it on, take it off, walk with them on the side of them. It's like you have to be their voice. So we're living like a double life because we have to speak for some of them because they don't know how to defend themselves. If something happens to my son, he comes home with a bruise on his back, and I say, what happened? He doesn't know how to tell me. I have to investigate what happened. Where did that come from? So really, really, our lives, we can't just get up and go and have fun. We can't. I'm at home in Merced. I can't come to Tuolumne at 1 o'clock in the morning if I want to and enjoy something here that they have, because I'll have to take him with me where I go. When he wakes up in the middle of the night that he has to go pee, I have to go help him. If he has to go poop, I have to go help him, and I have to wipe, too. And I stand there and wait. And if I don't remind him, hey, let's go, come on, let's go back to bed, he won't. He'll sit there until I tell him, hey, let's go. So I'm sure people here in Tuolumne live and suffer the same consequences, and they're underpaid. I appreciate that we come, think about it. Let it come from your heart to make the decisions for these people. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more people do we have, please? Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Josephina Cho from Merced County. And I want to thank you guys for recognizing the 10 people that reached 100 years old. I was reading on Catherine. She turned 102 years old. she lives by herself. You know, it took a special caregiver or a special family member for her to reach that age. That's what we're asking for, a livable wage for our home care providers here in Tuolumne County. So not just these 10, many more people can stay in their home safe and healthy. All they're asking here in Tuolumne County is for a livable wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to adjourn into closed session, and we will be back at 11 o'clock to read our 11 o'clock appointment. Okay, we're back from our closed session, conference with labor negotiators, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, and conference with legal counsel existing litigation. With respect to item C, we have nothing to report. We are deferring item A and B until a later time today. And would the clerk of the board please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
This is closed session, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority, Government Code Section 54957B1. Title is County Administrator.
Okay, we are going to go into closed session at this time. We anticipate that we will be back from closed session at 1:30 for our 1:30 appointment. We do not anticipate reporting out on this particular closed session item. Thank you. Call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. We are continuing our 11 o'clock closed session at a later time today. So at this time we have nothing to report from that. And will the clerk of the board please read our 1:30, now 1:37 appointment? Yes.
This is consideration of approving correspondence in opposition of Proposition 57, the California Parole for Nonviolent Criminals and Juvenile Court Trial Requirement Initiative.
Good morning, Chairman Rutherford.
I get to see it again.
You do. Laura Krieg, District Attorney. Thank you for having me, members of the board, County Council. I know that Chairman Rutherford heard this presentation yesterday at the Chamber, and I know Supervisor Gray attended the town hall we had in Groveland last week, which was very successful. So if you're hearing it for the second time, maybe we'll learn something new. But as you know, I've been going around.
Can I make a public comment?
You
first?
can.
Okay. It's not really public, but it's for the public. For those of you that are listening, please do not turn off your radios or televisions or whatever you're listening it on. This is really important stuff. So with that, go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you. So as most of you are aware, the California District Attorneys Association is sort of leading the charge in the state of California this year, trying to educate the public and ask for the public to vote no on Prop 57, which is on this November's ballot. And that's what I'm here today to present. As you're aware, we have gone through a tremendous change in our legal landscape over the last decade, and certainly since I started in the District Attorney's Office in March of 2005, the way we prosecute cases, our ability to prosecute cases, and how we deal with crime has changed drastically. And so I want to talk about sort of how did we get to where we are. And when we look at sort of the slide, and I have a PowerPoint for you, as you are all aware, in 2011, California, the governor and legislature implemented AB 109, which was the Realignment Act. And that was a result of really two class action lawsuits that started in California in the Department of Corrections. One dealt with mental health services to inmates, and another suit dealt with medical services. And what these inmates ultimately argued in their class action lawsuits was that due to the overcrowding in the California state prison system, that their medical and their mental health benefits. They were not receiving adequate care in both of those areas, and that violated the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. These cases went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, who actually agreed. It was a very contentious decision. It was a 5-4 split, and ultimately, after those class action suits came down, they appointed a 3-judge panel made up of federal judges to direct California to reduce our California prison population. At the time that 3-judge panel ordered the state to reduce the population, we were at 185, almost 185, to be exact, 183.5% of design capacity. So we certainly did have a problem. There was certainly overcrowding that was present in the 34 adult institutions across the state. And what the 3-judge panel ordered California to do was to reduce that population to 137.5% of design capacity. That order came down in August of 2009, and the 3-judge panel said, we want you to reduce this population, and we're going to give you 2 years to do it. AB 109 went into effect in October of 2011. The 3-judge panel said, we see that you are attempting to comply, and we're going to give you another 2-year extension. And what happened with AB 109 is it essentially changed over 500 statutes in the penal code. These are statutes that used to allow district attorneys, if they filed a felony and they obtained a felony conviction for one of these offenses, and that inmate or defendant was sentenced to state prison, he or she would serve his or her time in a state prison institution. After AB 109 went into effect, it amended over 500 statutes, and it said that if a person is convicted of one of these offenses, they will no longer spend their time in state prison. They will serve that time locally in what we refer to as local prison or local jail. And so it shifted a huge amount of responsibility for the housing of these offenders from the state to the counties, as you're very well aware. So that's sort of where we started with AB 109. Then in 2014, as you're aware, we had the very deceptively called Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, which took a whole host of crimes, primarily drug possession and theft-related crimes, made them misdemeanors. And there were many unintended consequences of that. What we saw locally was that all of our drug treatment programs, like drug court, essentially, which has a lot of success for a lot of people, required a felony conviction. So people were not now getting ordered into drug treatment. They were, if they were in possession of narcotics, regardless of whether it was methamphetamine, heroin, date rape drugs, regardless of the quantity, they were only charged with a misdemeanor after Prop 47. Prop 47 released thousands of inmates back into the community. CDCR also in January of 2015 started implementing what was called nonviolent second striker early parole release. Generally, when somebody is incarcerated in prison on a strike offense, if it's a violent crime, they serve 85% of their sentence. If they are on a regular felony but they have a prior strike offense and they're sentenced to prison, they would serve 80% of their sentence. And these credits are controlled by the statute. CDCR said, we're going to go ahead and look at individuals, and even if they're supposed to be serving 80% of their sentence because they're a second striker, we're going to release them early if we deem them to be nonviolent. Let me tell you, many of these offenders are anything but nonviolent. I just got a letter on my desk last week where they want to release a so-called nonviolent second striker. This is an individual that committed an assault on 2 peace officers in this county by ramming them with his vehicle. His rap sheet goes back decades. He's committed several violent offenses. So we have written a 3-page letter in opposition to the Board of Parole hearings, and we're opposing his early release. You can go on to the Board of Parole hearings website at any day and see the type of offenders they're calling nonviolent. So again, with that, we saw over 2,000 offenders released under that program. So there's been several programs that have been put into place to deal with the overcrowding in the state prison facility. And we certainly have dealt with this, because what this chart shows here is where the prison population was prior to realignment, prior to Prop 47. And this chart is from the California Department of Corrections. This is their own graph. And as you can see, after realignment, over 50,000 inmates ultimately between that and today's date have been released, but it drastically went into effect and reduced the population from over 162,000 down to 135,000 in just 1 year. So that was AB 109. And then as you see, Prop 47 in 2014 took the population down over another 5,000 very, very quickly. Currently, as of September 14th of this year, our population in our 34 adult institutions is just over 113,000, and we have about 4,000 inmates that are housed out of state. We are now at 134.9% capacity, and so we are under the mandate of 137.5. In addition, Mule Creek has just opened over 1,500 beds in their facility. And when I was reading the last report to the Department of Corrections, there's another planned wing in Mule Creek that's being opened. And pending approval of all of those beds, that will actually drop us down to an estimated 100% of capacity. So we are certainly there. As you can see, the projections have also been done on this chart that show through 2020 what the anticipated population were to be. And this was even before the additional beds were approved at Mule Creek. Again, we're nowhere near going way up to what the projections were, and we will be in compliance with the 3-judge panel. The reason I show the board this information is the governor has cited that one of the goals of the Public Safety and Rehabilitation Act, which will be on this November's ballot, is designed and is needed to address the prison population. It's our position we've addressed that. It has been addressed, and there's certainly a better way to continue addressing it than what Prop 57 is proposing. So the summary of the initiative is that we need it due to overpopulation. We don't want the federal panel telling us which inmates to release, so therefore we're going to implement Prop 57. Prop 57, one small piece of it deals with juvenile justice reform, and I'm going to speak briefly about that because it's really what Prop 57 started out being. Prop 57 initially goes to amend parts of the Welfare and Institutions Code and take the discretion of direct filing on a juvenile offender from the DA. If the DA, under certain circumstances, and depending on the age of the offender and depending on the offense, can direct file on a juvenile as an adult. So, for instance, if a juvenile commits a capital crime, a crime that would result in the death penalty for an adult, so a murder with special circumstances, if the juvenile is 14 years or older on a capital type offense, the district attorney, in looking at all of the different options, could decide to direct file on that offender as an adult. For an offender that's 16 years or older that commits what we would know as primarily a strike offense for an adult, like a kidnapping or a robbery type offense. Again, in the DA's discretion, after looking at all the factors and considering things, the DA can direct file on certain juvenile offenders as an adult. We've always exercised that discretion with caution. I think we do it very well. As I've been the DA, we've filed on 3 juveniles as adults. One that committed a horrible sodomy against 3 minor victims, who was 17 years old at the time. So we take that discretion seriously, and I think we exercise it in a just way. This part of Prop 57 says we want to give that discretion to the judge, not the district attorney. That's the small piece of it. But what the governor built onto this proposition early on in the proceeding deals with adult early release of parole, and that's what the District Attorneys Association is very much in opposition to. So what does Prop 57 do? It actually amends the California Constitution, which we know how difficult that is to undo once an amendment has been made. So it amends the California Constitution, and it says it only applies to give early parole release to, quote, nonviolent offenders after they complete the full term of their primary offense. It says that the full term of the primary offense is the longest term of imprisonment imposed by the court for any offense, excluding enhancements, consecutive sentencing. So if you have multiple counts, you get consecutive sentencing. So it would exclude all of that, and excluding alternative sentencing. What worries district attorneys about that language is 3 strikes is considered an alternative sentencing. So we feel this violates 3 strikes, and I'm going to show you some examples later on in the presentation. We also think it violates decades of other laws like Marcy's Law, like Prop 35 that we passed for human trafficking, etc. It allows the Department of Corrections the sole authority in determining whether they want to award certain nonviolent, as they call them, offenders, conduct credits and early release. These are non-elected people who the Department of Corrections can put into place to make these decisions. There is no language in this initiative that victims will have a right and have a voice at these proceedings. The district attorneys will be able to voice opposition. Nothing in this initiative provides for that. So, for instance, right now, when we attend lifer hearings for inmates who have been sentenced to life in prison and they're up for parole consideration, victims under Marcy's Law has a right to attend those hearings, as do the district attorneys, to argue against release. Nothing in this initiative provides for that. So, the biggest issue that I personally have with Prop 57 is I think it's very deceptive and I think it's very misleading to the public, because when you read the ballot, it says it applies to nonviolent offenders. What most of the public probably doesn't know is that the Penal Code classifies violent crime in one section, Penal Code Section 667.5C, and it classifies serious felonies, which are also strike offenses, in 1192.7. So they are in different sections of the code. Here, this list is an example of what are classified in the code as violent felonies. And it's you're obvious, your murder, mayhem, forcible rape. So if somebody, forcibly attacks somebody, holds them down and rapes them, that is a violent rape. Certain gang offenses, robbery, kidnapping, arson, as you can see the list. What's interesting, however, is these, what I'm going to show you next, are what are considered by the governor in this initiative to be nonviolent. And I really don't think the public will agree that these are nonviolent offenses. These are listed in the code as serious felonies. They are strikes. However, they are not defined as violent, because that small list I previously showed you are the only felonies termed violent. These are termed serious. Assault with a deadly weapon. That is a serious felony, not a violent. So somebody that's incarcerated on assault with a deadly weapon is eligible for early parole release under the governor's initiative and is being told and sold to the public as being a nonviolent offender. Battery with serious bodily injury. Here's one, solicitation to commit murder. The governor is telling the public only nonviolent offenders will be considered for early release under Prop 57. I think the public would agree solicitation to commit murder is a violent. Okay? But these are the types of crimes that would be eligible. Domestic violence. I have my victim witness program here in the front row and my court support therapy dog, just in case you all are mean to me today. I have my therapy dog with me. These ladies do an excellent job. They work with crime victims every day. They assist them in court. They assist them in getting services. A lot of the victims they work with, both male and female, are victims of domestic violence. Very violent. However, those who are incarcerated, and it could be a repeat offender on a domestic violence charge, is going to be considered and sold to the public under this initiative as a nonviolent offender eligible for early release. Inflicting corporal injury on a child. That is a serious felony, but not defined as a violent one in the code, so those individuals would be eligible for early release. First-degree burglary. If somebody burglarizes your home and you happen not to be present in the home when it occurs, very serious offense, not considered a violent offense, therefore eligible for early release. Rape, sodomy, oral copulation of an unconscious person or an intoxicated person. So we all know the Brock Turner case. That individual, had he received the sentence he should have received, would be eligible for early release under Prop 57. I'm not sure how anybody in Sacramento or anywhere else can stand up and tell the public that raping or sodomizing an unconscious person is a nonviolent offense. But that's what they're saying. And that's what Prop 57 would allow an individual on those charges to be released early. Human trafficking involving a minor, we've done huge legislation in that area to try to ensure that people who engage in human trafficking stay behind bars and that they're not released early. That's what Prop 35 was all about. This completely violates it and allows for the early release of an offender incarcerated for human trafficking involving a minor. A hate crime, arson of forest land causing physical injury, nonviolent offense, eligible for early release. Here's one, assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. We are having and are seeing a huge increase in assaults against peace officers in our nation. And those who do it apparently are considered nonviolent offenders by those who are backing Prop 57. Active participation in a street gang, nonviolent offense. So these are just an example of what the public needs to know, because when you stand out and proponents of Prop 57 tell the public that this will only apply to nonviolent offenders, these are the types of crimes it applies to. And I think it's deceptive and it's misleading to the public to say that this only applies to nonviolent offenders. So we looked at some crime statistics that came out in 2015, and I pulled both the FBI crime statistics and DOJ statewide crime statistics for 2015. And both of them show in California we're having an increase in both violent crime and property crime. So starting with the FBI report, you can see that we, California cities, rank among the 25 largest in the U.S. to have an increase in crime in the first half of 2015. The left side of this chart shows changes in violent crime rates, and this right side shows changes in property crime rates. Sacramento right at the top with a 76.6% change in increase in violent crime in the first half of 2015. This is the FBI stats. San Francisco for your property crimes, thank you Prop 47, 666.9% increase in property crimes in San Francisco in the first half of 2015. This is the DOJ report for 2015 put out by the Attorney General, but I have summarized it for you. Homicides in the state of California, 2015 increased by 10%. Robberies and aggravated assaults were up over 8%. Aggravated assaults with a firearm up to 15.7%. As we know, assaults on peace officers up 10%. Property crimes were up. Here's one. Rapes increased from 9,397 rapes in 2014 to 12,793 rapes in 2015 in the state of California. Crime is up. Violent crime is up. Property crime is up. And if Prop 57 passes, we are in a world of hurt. Credits. Credits are provided for in the statute of the Penal Code, and it sets out which kind of offenders are entitled to what kind of credits. It's all very easily set out. So what this initiative does is, again, it says despite the statutory allotments for credits that are contained in the Penal Code, we're going to let CDCR award credits in their authority, in their discretion, to any inmate. So right now, if you're in prison for murder, you don't get credit. So generally, if you commit a first-degree murder, the sentence is 25 to life. You serve your full 25 years, and then you go to a parole board for a hearing at 25 years. You don't get any time off your sentence for good behavior because you're incarcerated for murder. This initiative says CDCR can award conduct credits to any inmate. So apparently now we're going to allow those incarcerated, regardless of the crime, one-strike child molest abuse cases, murders, CDCR in their sole discretion can decide to give conduct credits to those offenders. Okay, so I want to give you a couple of examples, but before I do, I want to tell you quickly that we think, and we meaning the California District Attorneys Association thinks, again, Prop 57 violates all kinds of prior laws that have gone into effect, beginning in 1982 with the Victims' Bill of Rights, which was Prop 8. that said that any prior felony conviction shall subsequently be used without limitation for purposes of enhancing a sentence. This was the precursor to 3 strikes, where we said we need to treat repeat and multiple offenders differently than a first-time offender. Okay? This does not do that. Prop 57 does not do that. Marcy's Law in 2008, it amended the Constitution. It gave victims a right, a constitutional right, to be heard in court, to be part of the process, to have their voices heard at any kind of decision affecting punishment or sentencing. Again, this initiative does not provide for victims to attend any kind of hearing if somebody's considered for early release. And furthermore, it said that sentences that are imposed should be served, and inmates who commit crimes against victims should not be released early to address any kind of overcrowding issue. That's right in Marcy's Law. So this initiative directly conflicts with Marcy's Law, which we passed in 2008. As I mentioned earlier, Prop 35 passed with over 80% approval in California in 2012, where we really said we are going to get tough on human trafficking in the state of California. This is a problem. We don't want minor children being trafficked. And however, this initiative, Prop 57, goes ahead and says we're going to allow early parole consideration for human traffickers. So we feel, again, this violates Prop 35. There's lots of unanswered questions about it. For instance, the district attorney can decide to impose enhancements on a crime. So if somebody commits an assault with a deadly weapon, that's one single charge. But if they cause great bodily injury, you can add a 3-year enhancement for the great bodily injury. When you do that, it is considered now a violent crime. So the district attorneys have said, so if your initiative says you're going to ignore enhancements, then do these crimes where we add the enhancement and it makes it a violent crime, are they eligible for early release? Nobody knows. Nobody's answering that question. It's very poorly written. Nobody knows. I want to get to a couple local examples, and then I'd be happy to take any questions. But this individual was a local case. He was sentenced in our court on August 29th of 2016. This individual, George Lane, his rap sheet goes back to 1983, where he committed his first burglary. In 1984, he committed another residential burglary. Then he committed some more theft. Then, if you see a gap in years of committing offenses, it's because he was incarcerated in prison. But as soon as he would get out of prison, he's back committing burglaries, possession of stolen property. At one point, he escapes from custody. So in 2014 and 2015, he goes on a massive crime spree in Tuolumne County, and he picks up 4 felony cases. They're evading cases where he's evading peace officers up and down Old Priest Grade and Supervisor Gray's district. I'm sure he's very well aware. We have a first-degree burglary case, and so this case we take all the way to jury trial. After the trial is concluded, he is convicted of every single offense we charged him with. We go to sentencing, and we argue that essentially he should be aggravated, he should be maxed out, he's a career criminal. Anytime he's out of incarceration, he's committing crimes against the public, and we're talking dangerous crimes. Judge agrees. Judge sentences him to 27 years on August 29th of 2016. I received many thank you letters from residents in Groveland saying thank you. He has been basically a terrible menace on our community. If Prop 57 passes, his primary offense is the burglary. The burglary you can serve a 2, 4, or 6-year sentence for. The judge aggravated him and gave him the 6 years on the burglary. All of the other counts for all the other crimes were run consecutive. His strike is considered alternative sentence. So therefore, if Prop 57 passes and he only has to serve the principal term of the primary offense, guess what? That's the 6 years, and he gets 20% conduct credits. He's out in 4.8 years, despite our 27-year sentence. That's an example. Next one, this is an individual I prosecuted a couple of years ago, Mr. Costanza. I don't even have his entire criminal history because I couldn't have fit it on the slide had I wanted to. But he was convicted of robbery, 2 counts of robbery back in 1991. Then he got out and was convicted of a vandalism. Then in 2013, he threatened to kill somebody and picked up a criminal threats charge. And then in 2013, after we gave him the benefit of doubt and gave him probation on his criminal threats charge, he was walking down Shepherd Street right across from the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, where a couple, it could have been any one of us, were walking their dog to let the dog out for its last potty break before retiring for the evening. It was about 10 p.m., and Mr. Costanza jumped out from behind a tree and started acting like a gorilla in front of this couple. The wife tried to step around him. He actually picked the wife up. The sidewalk is elevated about 3 to 4 feet in that area. He threw the wife into the middle of the street, causing injury to her, and then he proceeded to beat the husband, breaking facial and orbital bones in the husband's face. These people did not know him. They had never met him. They were just out walking their dog on a nice evening in downtown Sonora and were attacked. So I charged Mr. Costanza with battery causing serious bodily injury for the husband, and battery with assault likely to produce great bodily injury on the wife. This went to a jury trial. He was convicted of both of those counts. Because the battery with serious bodily injury was a serious felony and considered a strike, but not a violent, the judge imposed 3 strikes on him. We added the enhancements, and he was sentenced to 37 years, 8 months to life in 2014. If Prop 57 passes, neither of his current offenses are considered violent by Prop 57. So if Prop 57 passes and they disregard alternative sentencing, that being 3 strikes, then essentially he is eligible to be released in 3.2 years. That's what this initiative does. We have put out some publications, and if you go to stop57.com, we have all kinds of photos that say, "Meet your new neighbor." And this individual is not from our county, but I do want to share this in closing. Andrew Stewart Lester was arrested for rape in 2003. He fled to Mexico and was eventually captured and returned to California. He was convicted of 20 counts of drug-induced rape, 17 counts of raping an unconscious victim, and sentenced to 124 years in state prison. If Prop 57 passes, he is eligible for immediate release right back onto the streets and could be your next door neighbor. So what I'm asking the board to do is we, one, have been looking for endorsements. City Council endorsed a no for California District Attorneys Association on 57. Dublin City Council, several city councils have. Several newspapers have wrote editorials. I have emailed our newspaper. I have not got a response yet, but I am out speaking to every group that will listen to me. And I'm asking this board to approve a letter that we could use as an endorsement saying no on 57. I think this is a terrible idea for public safety. I think that the claim it's going to save all kinds of money because we're not going to be incarcerating these people. What's going to happen is going to shift that responsibility onto the county. We're going to have to be supervising these people. Crime's going to increase. I'll need more attorneys. The sheriff's going to need more deputies. But more than any of that, it's a terrible idea, and we should not sacrifice public safety to save a few dollars. So I'm asking the board to endorse a letter in opposition, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Can I hear from anyone in the public? Any public comment? None? Seeing none. Okay, I'll bring it back to, you've got a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. First of all, that was a very well articulated presentation.
Thank you.
I cannot understand why in God's name anybody would try to pass this. What is, I mean, you should save money. What is the real intention here by the proponents?
You know, I never want to be the voice of Governor Brown, okay, but he was interviewed by the East Bay Times and called to answer for this measure. And there's several quotes in this article, and I'm happy to share this article with you. But one of the quotes is, you know, he believes certain people, that people deserve a second chance. And again, that our prison population has swelled beyond capacity. That's generally what he argues. I don't think this is about giving somebody a second chance. I like to think we do that every day, and we do that well. Because when we're talking about people that go to state prison today, it is not your first-time offenders unless they've committed a violent or serious felony. Because other than that, you're sitting in local. You're not sitting in prison anymore.
So that article, I'm sure it's got a bunch of political rhetoric in it. What do you think the real, I mean, is it a philosophical thing that they're pushing?
You know, I've thought a lot about it. The governor is the one that signed determinate sentencing into law in the 1970s when he was the governor the first time. I think there may be, again, this is speculation on my part, I'm not speaking, but I think there may be some regret about that, and that he would like to undo determinate sentencing, which allowed us to treat multiple and repeat offenders more harshly with enhancements and consecutive sentencing, which certainly reduced the crime rate in the 90s, as we all know, and was very effective in doing so. I like to think that he regrets that and wants to undo that policy, and this certainly will.
I think one of the issues is the only alternative to decreasing prison populations is to spend the money to build new prisons. And my problem with the current trend, when you start with 109 going forward, and there's been some. Let me first say that there's been some positive aspects of 109 that have come out of it, and I think we're dealing with some aspects of our justice system more efficiently and better for the criminal and the public. But I think the trend has been one that, and especially with 57 and now this one, where people that commit crimes are not idiots, okay? Yeah, every now and then you see the funny Facebook post or something about, you know, a classic mistake that somebody makes and they get caught, but they're really not idiots. 57, $950 limit on burglary before it becomes a felony. There are people with their cell phones out with the calculator function up, going through stores, adding up until getting to $9.49 and walking out of the store because they know it's not going to be a felony. What we're doing is we're not addressing the increase in crime. We're actually making it easier to commit crimes and get away with crimes. And most people that I've known in the law and justice business will tell you that low-level crimes, if not checked, lead to higher-level crimes over time in many, many cases. So I think this is the wrong direction, but I really think the answer to your question, Evan, is he doesn't want to spend the money to build more prisons, and that's the only way the only two ways that he can address the three-judge panel issue. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Oh, first of all, thank you for the presentation, and I fully support this. I want to say your position. At the CSAC board meeting most recently, the governor was there, and he spent an enormous amount of time, and he said precisely what you just said. He regrets signing determinate sentencing. The District Attorney Association sent a representative and spoke in direct opposition to the governor. But I think if you look back at the chart you showed of prison population, which I think is telling, you can find that.
Sorry. I'm sure there's a more efficient way, but this is the way okay.
He showed us a lot more charts than I realized.
Almost there.
There. Okay, you see what happened with realignment. It dropped down below the 137.5%, but it was creeping back up. And when they passed Prop 47, which that's the one that put the $950 limit on it, and that was just a very poorly done thing. We didn't get in front of that and fight that. But you see the population's increasing slowly, but it's increasing. I think the governor's really worried about having to build more jails and doesn't want to do that. I think that's what he's really worried about. Now, CSAC decided they didn't want to offend the governor, and they took a no position. Then at the RCRC annual meeting, which took place last month, they had a session on this particular topic. And the title of the session was Too Much, Too Fast. Too Much, Too Fast. And it talked about 109, Prop 47, and now the new Prop 57. And they were lamenting how this was largely, and I'll use my words, a transfer of risk to the population, and a transfer of responsibility for these people to the local authorities. And crime rates are up. And everybody looked at those statistics. Crime rates are up. And you had one last statistic there. I forget which one it was. But anyway, they're up dramatically. So this is a bad deal. It's a bad deal for us. And so I fully support that. Now, I will comment that I'm not sure what good sending a letter to the governor does, because it isn't going to change anything sending a letter to the governor. But I do believe, so I'm largely saying I don't know whether that does anything other than a waste of a stamp, but I do believe this board and other public officials need to stand up and say this is the wrong thing. It's the wrong thing. It is too much, too fast. And worse than that, I just think it is the wrong position to be taken. All these... I got a new meaning for nonviolence all of a sudden today.
Right.
That you gave us. It's just not true. I mean, this is a big game being fostered on an unknowing public, and they're going to pay the price. So I fully support opposing Prop 57.
And just if I could answer your question really quickly, I think if we could address the letter to the California District Attorneys Association, then we could list it on the stop57.com, which is our website, as endorsements, along with the other city councils.
Supervisor Brennan.
And I would be in favor of doing that also. I would just echo the comments because I was at the CSAC meeting, and the governor did talk about the indeterminate sentencing, but he really did talk about prison population. And so I appreciate this slide because there was some confusion over that, with sitting at 134.9% and no discussion about the new prison, the new beds, that, as you illustrated, is going to drop us down closer to 100%. And so we can debate, what the real motivation is, whether it's beds or sentencing issues. But I do believe this is the wrong answer, and I am in favor of sending this to the District Attorneys Association so that we can make that statement as clearly as we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one thing with process. I don't know if we can do that today, if we have to have it re-agendized, County Council.
It is in the recommendation on the...
Is it? Okay.
So.
In Groveland, you used a statistic on the question on how the Prop 57 was phrased. A group of people were asked if they would vote for it, and I think it came back 80%, and then when it was explained, it was what? Could you go into that just a little bit?
Yes. So the LA Times had run a study early on. This has been about a month ago, and what it was saying was that it was polling at passing at about 60% in favor of 57. Then when educated about what this really meant and what was really termed nonviolent, that percentage went down to about 2%. So once people understand, but what's really frightening is if you just read title and summary and you just read the little blurb on the ballot, that it just says it only applies to nonviolent offenders. I think that's the most offensive thing for me as the district attorney, as I really feel that the proponents of 57 are lying to the public. Because this is not
47.
Right. This is not for nonviolent offenders. And I mean, we saw the list. And to tell the public that this only applies to nonviolent offenders is very deceptive, very misleading, very insulting.
Okay, Evan?
I'm just going to make a motion.
Oh, okay. Before you make a motion, can you get us a letter that you would recommend, short and sweet? I think we're in agreement to the
Okay.
There's a sample.
I was going to say, I thought I had sent.
To the association.
right?
To the
Yes.
association.
Yes.
CC, Berry Hill, and Bigelow.
It's on
Yes.
there.
Okay. Okay, doke. Okay, go ahead with your motion.
You just said it.
Okay.
I'll
Got-
second.
I got a motion to send a letter and a second, that was by Supervisor Royce and a second by Supervisor Handbelt. Any other discussion? I think I already asked for public comment, but since I love this issue,
But just for a point of clarification, on the recommendation, it says to send it to Governor Brown, Senator Barry Hill, and Assemblyman Bigelow. We are also adding sending it to the District Attorney's
Yes.
Association.
I'll give the public one last chance. Going.
Just
Go.
one more quick point.
Go ahead.
We were just talking, when these things are being named, can you just name who's responsible for that?
I can. It would be the Attorney General that signs off on title and summary.
Yeah. Future potential U.S. Senator.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
remember that also. Okay, so with all that said, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. I appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you for the presentation. Hit the road. Get the word out. Okay, will you please read our second 1:30 appointment, please?
This is a presentation on the Raising of America, a public documentary addressing the well-being of children and families.
Good afternoon, members of the board and county council. Wow. When we asked to have a chance to speak before you today about this documentary series, we did not know that we were going to be following such a powerful presentation and such an educating presentation. But I hope that you will see and hear with what we have to share that this is actually an excellent segue. Because, as you know, first of all, I forgot to introduce myself, pardon me. I'm Suzanne Greenwood. I'm with the coordinator for the local Child Care Planning Council, and I have 3 council members with me today who will also be speaking. And we are here, as the agenda item said, to present a documentary called Raising of America. We'll tell you a little bit more about it. But again, in response to the DA's presentation, I would propose that you keep in mind what you just heard. I don't think any of us can stop thinking about that quickly. And listen to what we have to share today through that lens, because the premise behind what we do as the Child Care Planning Council, what a lot of the different agencies and organizations that work with us in terms of supporting children and families' well-being, the whole premise is about investing in young children. And at the end of this presentation, I'll be giving you each a packet with some documents that you can follow up and look at later, and there are some statistics in there. And one of the statistics is from a University of Chicago economist, James Heckman, who has done a lot of research over years. It's well-known statistics about how when you invest in children early on, good schools, good child care, food, housing, all those basic needs that meet their needs so that they do have a sense of well-being, a true security in life. When we invest in children early on, there's a 7% return on lower juvenile crime rates and a lot of other social ills. And that 7% is actually a conservative statistics. It actually can go up much higher than that. And I don't believe we're going to see it in today's portion, but there is another prominent economist that talks about how when you look, I don't know if anybody's into Wall Street investing, but I've heard that a 6% return is considered really, really good on an investment portfolio. So when you're looking at a minimum of 7% return on children's well-being, who are our future, that's a cliche, but it's true. They are our future. So with that said, I'm appreciative that we have this opportunity to follow up with that. What I'd like to do first, before I pass the mic to my cohorts, is pass out a sheet of document that I'm going to read aloud once you've all seen it, or I'll have it in front of you, and then I will pass on because it actually is a good foundation for what this documentary is trying to present.
Thank you.
The first quote is something we can just read on our own, but I'll say it as it's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. But the rest of this comes from the Raising of America website, which I'd encourage you afterwards as well to go and look at. The predominant story or way of talking about early childhood development in the U.S. places a disproportionate focus on parents making right or wrong choices. If parents only knew better or had the grit and determination to make the right choices in the face of adversity, the conventional narrative goes, their children would do better. The Frameworks Institute and a growing number of researchers suggest that this emphasis on parenting actually stands in the way of change. When parenting behaviors are seen as the driver of childhood outcomes, then solutions are limited to changing parenting behaviors. But families don't live inside a bubble, as we all know. Our lives and opportunities are enhanced or constrained by the larger social ecology that we all inhabit. Housing and neighborhoods, availability of services like transportation, wages and income, workplace and public policies, social norms, economic and racial arrangements. For example, how can even the best teaching about breastfeeding make significant changes if we don't also enact policies that ensure working mothers have the time, privacy, and access to a refrigerator so they can pump at work? There's a lot of other examples like that. As a nation, we are well versed on promoting positive parenting behaviors. But if we really want to improve early childhood outcomes and their well-being, we need to expand the conversation beyond parenting to include how social conditions, public policies, and racial and economic inequities impede parental efforts to nurture, care for, and guide their youngest children. So with that, I would like to pass on to Emily Laird, who will go from there.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emily Laird. I am a social worker through social services and a working mom of 2 little children, and I am the public agency representative for the LPC. So why are we here? Nearly 1/4 of our community's children, as well as across the nation, are growing up in poverty. Many live with food insecurity, without a decent home or regular medical care, and are traumatized due to drug abuse and separation from parents because of incarceration and or divorce. There is growing research that suggests that placing emphasis on parenting behaviors as the driver of childhood outcomes actually stands in the way of change. Families don't live in a bubble, as Suzanne said. Our lives and opportunities are enhanced or constrained by the larger social ecology in which we live. Neighborhoods, housing, services, wages, income, workplace. It takes a village. Today we're introducing The Raising of America, a national PBS series which documents how children in the U.S., in large and small communities such as ours, are faring in terms of overall well-being. The intent of the documentary is to spark new conversation about how children are currently doing in our country and what we as local counties, states, and the nation can do to make a strong start to the birthright of every infant born in the United States.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm Willow Thorpe. I'm the Executive Director of Infant Child Enrichment Services and a member of the local Child Care Planning Council. With Tuolumne County's mission in mind, I want to share with you our goals, and we hope that you'll want to use your leadership platform to join the dialogue around this topic. We hope to build upon and strengthen the existing network of countywide structures that support child and family well-being by promoting the viewing of this documentary and facilitating discussions, both about what we can do locally and we can do maybe even bigger than that. A core value I hope we all have is that we want children to be healthy, happy, and thriving. All of our citizens value building a community where every child is safe, healthy, successful, and learning and successful in life. This goal is tangible. There can be positive growth toward investing in our children and families in our community. Success is a broad range of our community becoming more aware of the points made in this documentary, coming to value children and families for the foundation of our society that they are. By watching and talking about what the series presents, we can work to make significant changes. We're going to introduce the series to you through the 11-minute trailer. Anyone can watch it if you just Google it online. It's a synopsis of all of the episodes and has a lot of the key points. There's 5 total episodes. There's an introductory one that's an hour, and then 4 follow-up episodes that are each half an hour that focus on things like trauma in the community, your DNA, child care, really focusing on what the military has done to promote good quality childcare and what a difference it's made in retaining military members. So each of them maybe has a specific audience, and I'd like for you all to keep in mind the people who live in your district, what the needs are in your district, who in your district might want to hear more and might be really interested in having a conversation about those needs. As you watch it, jot down your thoughts. Feel free to share them with us now or later. What concerns do you have? What stands out to you in this? And what do you think our local public is the most concerned about? What are some of the strategies that we can use to build the public will to keep our community moving forward? I mean, as Suzanne mentioned, and as we watched this presentation, every one of those people who's sitting in prison was a child once, with a lot of potential paths in front of them, and they ended up there. We have opportunities to change that path, and we can't necessarily rely on parents all by themselves to know how or have the means to do so. Investing in our children, investing in our community is investing in our future. U.S. economist Dal Myers tells us 10 years from now, one thing's for sure, we'll all be 10 years older, right? Today's 5-year-olds will be in high school. 15-year-olds will be finishing college or starting careers. 25-year-olds could well have children, careers, houses. Those who are now 50 or 60 will be relying on the skills and ethics of those young taxpayers who are now twice as valuable to the economy and society. So every bit we invest now will pay off for us in the future, and every bit we don't invest could end up being something we have to pay for in the future. So with that said, we'll go ahead and...
As Will gets this set up, I'm going to just give you each, if you wouldn't mind, just a couple of questions to just guide your response, your observation to this. Again, as Will has said, share with us some things afterwards. Hopefully we'll have a few minutes to get your response after the showing. And we also have some other things to share with you as well. I do want you to know that we have shared this presentation with the YES Partnership, with the County Social Services Consortium, as well as the Sonora Area Foundation. And we've surveyed all of them for their responses as well. And all of those groups have highly recommended to us that we present this to your board as well, which we have been looking forward to doing. But we just appreciate and we'll tell a little bit more afterwards. So thank you.
A good game in this country about being family friendly, but in providing for the economic and social needs of families, we are woefully behind other countries.
Want to show Daddy a book?
In today's day, we all got to work, and I can remember back in like my grandfather's days. The man work, the woman stay home and take care of the house and family thing like that. In today's day, it surely can't happen. Everybody got to go out and work and, bring it in.
Very good. Yeah, you're going to show Daddy
Yeah, he works a split
Very
shift.
good.
So like 2 in the afternoon to 1, 2 in the morning. I'm on nights this week. And so the next week, though, I'll be on days.
Americans now work more hours than every other rich nation, yet the middle class is shrinking. Social mobility is less than it was 50 years ago. And most damning, 1 in 4 of our children is born into poverty.
David, tomorrow's a really hectic day. I have a training. I have to be there at 9 o'clock.
70% of our children are growing up in families headed by working parents.
I bring work home with me, and it's not required. It's just what I do so that I don't feel as overwhelmed.
things just barely work out. Like feeling security. I don't know. I don't really know what that feels like, to feel like, all right, we're good.
That way? No, you silly girl. I wake up in the morning and I'm on. It's like, where's my other child? And then I go to work and I'm on. You have a good day, little one. And then I come home and then I'm on until the kids go to sleep.
There's 4 different places that everyone needs to be in.
It's too much. I can't do it.
Our policies actually actively discourage parents from being able to take care of those kids well in their prenatal months, in their early years, and getting them ready for school.
Among the world's richest nations, the United States is the only country that fails to provide guaranteed paid maternal leave on the birth of a child.
It took 9 years to get unpaid leave. That's disgusting.
40% of all American mothers are working within 3 months of their baby's birth. Some because they want to, most because they have to.
Our child care expenses, now that we have a second child, it's way more than we spend on our mortgage.
Among rich nations, our child care ranks 16th in affordability, 22nd in quality.
I picked him up one day and I went to change him and his bum was bleeding. So we left there right at that point.
We rank 31st in availability of child care.
So this is our wait list, and this is the wait list just for infants and toddlers.
If I'm not there, I'm entrusting someone else to keep her safe, to teach her, to help her grow in all areas, developmentally, spiritually, because we can't do it alone, you know.
Once you imagine that every family stands on its own, you're really making it impossible to create a national vision of everyone doing well together.
A lot of us buy into this idea that a parent is the one responsible for their child's development and their outcomes.
Go ahead, Lily. What are you thankful for?
My mommy and my daddy.
But let's just step back for a moment and just look at what exactly the reality is for a child. So you have a child who's an individual with their biology and their genetics and their personality characteristics. And they're nested in their family, their peers, their close social relationships. But that is nested within another level, which is your school, your community institutions, your neighborhood. And that level is nested within our culture, our laws, our policies, our social structures, our systems. As a society, where do we see the role of our policies? Isn't part of that role to help children to grow and develop?
The business community of the United States has always shaped the big policy priorities of the country, the big political priorities of the country. The lobbying power of the next generation is next to nil. And as a consequence, our society steadily and relentlessly underinvests in kids. We shouldn't be surprised if so many of our children arrive at kindergarten unready to begin school. And we shouldn't be surprised that so many of our kids can't graduate from high school.
In 1970, the United States was number 1 in the world in high school and college graduation rates. Today, we've fallen to 15th in college completion, 21st in high school graduation.
High school graduation rate, we know, is strongly related to things that occur long before high school.
Can you write your name?
My name starts with an A.
There's your A.
So reading in 3rd grade, the reading level is a strong predictor of whether or not you're going to graduate from high school. Well, what predicts reading in 3rd grade?
Mama!
Yes, we are.
The number of words you know when you're between the ages of 2 and 3. Oh,
So what predicts the number of words you know when you're 2 or 3 years old? Are you happy? So we can keep tracking back.
See the doctor? Beginning from the moment of birth, 700 new synapses are being formed every single second in all parts of the brain that basically become the architecture and the foundation of who we are as people.
We knew that effect, but so they took away nesting material.
Exciting new neuroscience research makes it clear. Early experiences get under our baby's skin and can alter the wiring of their developing brains, for better or for worse.
You can see these processes in mice, you can see these processes in monkeys, and in the human data too, in young kids.
Very few of us remember what we experienced when we were babies or toddlers. But the brain remembers, the body remembers.
At a biological level, how does something that happens to you so early in life stick with you, persist forever, for a lifetime?
Everything kind of starts from the bottom up. If we don't do it right early, it's harder later. We pay more for it later, and we don't get as good an outcome.
The evidence is in. When we increase the time, income, and resources for parents and caregivers of young children, we help build a solid foundation for lifelong development, better learning, earning, and physical and mental health.
Not just one study, there are actually 4 independent longitudinal studies on early ed, all getting very, very high annual rates of return. Most of these benefits are public benefits.
All right, so what other sounds does animals make?
The part of this argument that I like the most is the social equality aspect of it. What's socially fair is also economically efficient. So if you were a government or somebody asking, where should I put my money? In the stock market or in a young child? You'd say, in a young child. Because you're going to get a bigger payback in terms of earnings of the child, in terms of reduced crime, reduced incarceration, reduced litany of social problems.
If you would ask, what really matters for kids when they're very young? I mean, what do we all want for our children? We want them to be happy and healthy and thriving. We want them to be growing and learning and being all they can be. This is a core value that we all share. The problem is that we don't all share a commitment to that for everybody's kids.
Fox and Socks, our game is done.
There's never been a societal problem or issue where we have had so much information and done so little with it. Between the neuroscience and the economic literature, and it's just this explosion of information that no one is disputing, but we're still not acting on it.
Okay, you want me to give you a hug? Give me a hug right now.
We don't just have an achievement gap in this country, we have a policy gap.
We need to be investing in the early years.
Comments? Questions?
I'll make a quick comment, just because I do sit on a couple of these committees, and this is something that we discuss. And we have a severe shortage in Tuolumne County of quality early childhood daycare. I am hoping, because part of this is really looking for some answers and resources, and I hope my colleagues, in a couple of weeks we're going to be talking about some of the opportunities with the NDRC grant, and really hoping that when we look at the community center, that we really keep early childhood needs on our radar screen.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Supervisor Gray.
Excuse me, I agree with Supervisor Brendan. I think one of the biggest components of that NDRC, if it goes forward, is something for early childhood. I know so many people that are looking for a place to have some care for their children. They have jobs, and it just really makes it difficult. And if they give up the job, then they're on welfare or subsistence, and it just a vicious cycle. So, totally support trying to find more.
Thank you. Yeah, that of course is one of the Child Care Planning Councils and Infant Child Enrichment Services. That's one of our primary goals and activities, is seeking out new opportunities for quality, affordable, accessible child care in our community. We have had a little bit of growth in the last year or so, which is great, but it barely scratches the surface. One of the things that I think a lot of times people aren't aware of is the parents are working and using child care. Those child care businesses, whether they are preschool centers, small family child care homes, those are economic drivers in our community. They really are economic foundation, so those parents can keep working. Those people that work at those places are paying taxes. They're putting their children through the schools. They're, doing all those things to help support that development. So yes, I appreciate very much that you are aware of that.
Evan.
Just a quick comment. It's sad to me that we find ourselves in this situation on a societal level, and I think the video highlights some things, and I'm very sympathetic to it, but I also think that it's more of a what we're seeing in that video, that symptoms to deeper problems in our country, and I think the most fundamental part of that is the degradation of families. And when I was a kid, my grandma watched me, right? And I had my brothers, and I think that is being lost. I think that the nuclear family structure is changing that whole dynamic, and I think our economy has shifted to where you see both parents needing to work, or you have a lot of single parents, and that puts an incredible strain on those parents. It puts a strain on our communities and our whole society. And I think I just wanted to highlight that, because it's not just we need child care, which we do, absolutely. And it's the big theme of the video that we need to invest in our children. I totally agree, and I think that that's completely a wonderful thing that we need to do. But it's just, I don't know, how do you regain those values and that family structure where you have generations passing on, knowledge and character, and it's just, I don't know, something to think about.
Supervisor Handel. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. You were going to respond.
I was just going to respond to your comment. I think a lot of grandparents are working. I mean, they need to work. They rely on their wages. Just from my personal experience, my parents work. They can't watch my children. I work. So I think that the whole economy is shifting as far as kinship care.
And I would say, too, along with your comment, Supervisor Royce, I think we'd all agree that with the nuclear family, but I think the symptom even before that is because of poverty. As they mentioned, at least a quarter of our nations, our states, our towns, our counties' population of children are either living in poverty or on the edge. And when parents are struggling just to survive, to meet their children's basic physical needs, a shelter, food, get them to school on time, they don't always have the personal resources left over to do that reading and talking and singing and all those foundational value things that a family that has one or two parents that are able to work and then come home and spend that quality time with their children, because they're not exhausted from just meeting those basic physical needs. And there's a lot of that in our community, as you well know. There are a lot of children in our community. And one of the things we wanted to make point was that we're not here to ask you to fix, these things. We want to bring this conversation up, but there are a lot of wonderful things happening in our community already.
Supervisor Handel.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I agree with Supervisor Royce, but while I fully agree with investing in our children, particularly at the very young age, I believe this problem permeates our society right up through emancipation, if you will. There was just a presentation at RCRC on foster kids And there was an organization that gave a statistic, and I wish I remembered the number, but it was absolutely immense in taking these kids at the emancipation state and getting them connected into society, giving them means to communicate, giving them something. And the statistics of those that even got laptops and were able to use them, their success ratio in society was absolutely huge. That's a $200 investment, and if that kind of thing keeps on. And the other one that scares me about kids is this whole human trafficking issue. It just scares me to death that these kids who are neglected and somehow get lost, become the targets for just the most terrible life. So, I mean, it's bigger than what you gave us, but I really appreciate what you gave us. Thank you.
Okay, just real quickly, we're going to have to break here very quickly to change tapes on our recording machine, but you want to give a pitch on when this is airing? Do you know?
Oh, the series, we actually have the DVD series that you are welcome to borrow at any time or purchase if you'd like. It's also on the website periodically, theraisinofamerica.org. I'm going to give you all each a packet that's got some more information about that. They periodically show them on there. One of the things that we also are hoping for, though, from our various community partners and community leaders is to partner with us in getting this word out more to our community. We are planning one or more a series of town hall type meetings, World Cafe type things where we bring different populations from the community together to have some facilitated discussion, watch portions of this or an episode or two and talk more about that. And we would greatly appreciate your advocacy and your support in that. If you're able to come to one or more of those things that we do, we would really like to see that and would appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and if you could let our clerk know when you plan on having those, we'd appreciate that. Thank you very much for the presentation, great information, and I encourage everybody to watch, somehow get a hold of it and watch the series. And now we'll take a 5-minute break so that we can change our tape out. Board of Supervisors meeting back to order, please, and would the clerk of the board please read our 2 o'clock appointment? It's 2 o'clock in some time zone.
I think we're way past that. Consideration of an appeal of the environmental health director's and the health officer's decision to deny onset wastewater treatment system permit for an experimental septic system.
Okay, staff report.
Well, good afternoon, your board. Rob Koslevy, Director of Environmental Health. I got to say, this is the first time in my professional career, or 8 years, as Director of Environmental Health for Tuolumne County and my time in Colusa County, that a decision of mine has reached up to this apex to be challenged to the board. So I am on new territory. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to find some sort of common ground and mitigate this prior to this appeal.
Well, welcome to the real world.
So in order to understand how I made my decision, or the environmental health and the health officer made our decision, I believe it's pertinent to look at the history of this project. Mr. Joseph Richards owns parcel number 814212, which is located on American River Drive in the Crystal Falls Ranch subdivision. Mr. Richards purchased this approximate quarter-acre property in June of 2012 via a tax sale. The purchase of such properties requires that an applicant or new owner to do due diligence in researching the property to determine if there are any restrictions on the property. Most potential buyers contact the Environmental Health Office and conduct a file review prior to any purchase. The parcel in question today has an extensive history from our division, with the first dating back to 1982. And at that time, a site and soil evaluation was conducted to determine if a septic system could be approved for this parcel. And due to site constraints, it was not allowed, as submitted by the applicant. Another application was submitted in 1986, 6 years later, but due to the same restrictions, the system could not be approved as submitted. In the spring of 2016, I was contacted by a consultant who represented Mr. Richards. This consultant pulled the file, and we discussed the project in which he was potentially being hired to design the wastewater system for. The proposal at that time was for a rental duplex. The first consultant informed me that Mr. Richards, or the first consultant at that time informed Mr. Richards that a septic system for that type of structure could not be done due to the conditions on the property and the amount of sewage that would be generated from a project such as this. So soon after, Mr. Richards contacted the Environmental Health Division. And I spoke with Mr. Richards, my staff spoke with Mr. Richards, emails went back and forth trying to answer various questions. When conversations came to cost of potentially mitigating a situation, on his property, he asked, exactly, well, how much do you think this will cost me? I said, well, I'm not the designer, but approximately $30,000 to $50,000. It would not be unheard of to mitigate something on your property. And at that time, I don't believe he really liked that answer. And I referred, for his best interest, to contact a consultant to see if there is any other type of mitigating factors that potentially could be utilized, since the original system, when it was proposed in the 80s, early 80s, science and technology has changed. And I would like to have a little more modern day equivalency be looked at to determine whether or not it can be mitigated. So Mr. Belt was hired to represent Mr. Richards. Mr. Belt suggested that we meet at the property in question. I recommended that we conduct a site and soil so the property could be assessed with the current knowledge and science. Bob stated that his client did not wish to conduct any further soil investigation and that he was only interested in a dual tank pump vault system. I met Bob on site in July of 2016 and looked at the configuration of the property. No soil inspections were done. Running water was observed in the creek. And I also like to note, I went back to the site in August and still noted running water in the creek on his property. At this time, I suggested to Mr. Belt that additional measures be looked into, such as an easement from the neighbor, purchasing adjacent property, conducting site and soils to see if any modern technologies could mitigate these site and conditions. He stated, as we left, that he would look into these options. Mr. Belt submitted an experimental design on August 11, 2016. And for your board, an experimental system is defined as a special design system where further monitoring and evaluation is needed to establish reliability and performance. The design at that time of submittal was for a 3-bedroom residence with 2 concrete tanks acting as holding tanks and no dispersal field. So all the sewage would be contained in those 2 tanks. The design called for the sewage to be pumped out as needed. According to our local ordinance, On-Site Sewage Treatment and Disposal Code 1308, the daily waste flow for a 3-bedroom home is 400 gallons per day. This would require pumping, at that calculation, every 10 days. The waste flow for this system would generate 12,000 gallons of waste per month. And as previously mentioned, Mr. Belt's design would require that 4,000 gallons of waste be pumped every 10 days. And I contacted a local pumping business today and got an estimate on how much it would cost to pump out that 4,000 gallon tank. And their quote was $900. So to extrapolate that, if it's every 10 days, you're going to require that tank to be pumped out every 3 times per month at a cost of $2,700 per month of a waste flow. That's quite a bit, and in my professional opinion, the cost alone for the pumping of the system exceeds most mortgages and is destined to fail. After careful review and study, the health officer and I agreed that the August 11th design does not meet the requirements of the most current edition of the California Plumbing Code and the county's own local ordinance. A denial letter was sent out on both for the owner and the designer on September 14, 2016. On September 19, 2016, Mr. Belt submitted an appeal to your board. The appeal outlined 4 items for your board to review. The system be classified, 1, the system be classified as something less controversial. The sections cited from 1308 in the California Plumbing Code be considered not applicable to this system. 3, the system be permitted and held in the same standings as similar systems. And 4, to allow such systems as this to be utilized on similar properties. Now, I believe that I have demonstrated to your board and the constituents of the county of my expertise, my thought process for decisions, and objectivity on projects that Environmental Health has reviewed. With concurrence from our health officer, I recommend that your board uphold our decision to deny this project.
Okay, so I just want to clarify the process here. This is not a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the normal rules apply, so I will ask the board if there are any questions of staff at this time. Go ahead, Supervisor Gray.
Yeah. How many septic pump companies do we have in?
I believe we have 3 in the county that I'm aware of.
Okay. I'm surprised at the cost. The last time I looked at it, it was about, for a 1,500-gallon tank, it was about $675, but that was a couple years ago.
I had my tank pumped out about 3 weeks ago, and the cost was, I have a 1,000-gallon tank, and it was $325. What was told to me today was they would deem this as a bulk relief and pull out, give them a bulk price.
No, it would be.
Solids won't break down.
It's
You've
not
got
not
2
in 10
tanks.
days.
I know, but you have two tanks. It'll flow through. Solids will catch in the first tank. Second tank would have the liquid, right? And that's what you'd have to be pumping.
That is correct.
Right. Solids would settle. You'd still pump those, but on a longer-term basis. So the second tank, you'd have 2 tanks. One would pump frequently. One would pump probably less regularly. Just like a normal conventional system, the first tank would have the solids. The water flows over the top, goes into a leach field. You're pumping the whole thing the whole time, just like an RV or something. Okay.
Yeah, because you get hydraulic displacement on that, so water coming in is going to be equal to water going out to the second tank. So once you hit that state of equilibrium, it's going to hit that second tank, and it's going to fill up daily.
Okay.
I wasn't quite finished.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to
You're good at
understand.
interrupting.
You're fair game today, Supervisor Gray.
Seems like it. Okay. So, we have 3 septic companies roughly working. I'm going to disclose that my wife does sell real estate, and she was on the phone yesterday with a septic company to do a pumping for a sale, inspection and stuff. And I'm not going to mention the company, but they said they were about 2 weeks out in getting to that property. So I'd be curious what kind of special arrangements you would get with a septic company to show up every 10 days and pump your tank, if that's the amount of water that you actually use. I guess I'm addressed to you. Do you have a special?
I checked with a company to pump a 2,000-gallon tank. They would set me up on a contract, and for $240, do it once a month for $240 on a 2,000-gallon tank. But we're not filling up these tanks so quickly as what is being displayed here.
Okay.
My engineer needs to explain how it's actually set up. The usage is so much less than what is being proposed by environmental.
You answered my question. I just going on past experience on these tanks. I did work for a company and had the pleasure of being a septic tank pumper for about 3 weeks, filling in for a fellow that got sick. And there was nothing consistent about it, because what happens, some of the houses that were supposed to be not pumped very often, toilet running, filled up the tank. And there wasn't alarms at that time, they were floats. So I'd have to run around and see where the float level was and juggle where I was going to pump the tanks at. So that would be one of my biggest concerns. How do you make up for that broken water line, the flooding toilet, the sink left on? I left my shower partially on the other day and really caught heck from my wife. And so I know those things happen. So I don't think you can really guarantee that you're going to have X number of gallons a day every day. So I'm done for a while.
Okay. Let me go ahead and let the proponents make their public statement right now.
I have some handouts. See, there's 6 of you, and I'll just give you a whole pile. I'm Robert Belt, civil engineer, and this is my client, Joe Richards, the proponent. I'm not going to dispute most of what Rob outlined for you. It's a difficult lot. It's got problems. The only solution that I could come up with is to put in 2 pump vaults, one being primary and the other would be an overflow emergency. And it will have a smart alarm system that will be hooked either to the telephone system or the internet system that will automatically alert the pumper that it's time to be pumped and automatically alert the owner. The crux of our argument and what we're asking you to decide today boils down to the fact that the section of the plumbing code that Rob is using as the basis for denial for our application says that no property shall be developed in excess of its capacity to properly absorb sewage effluent by means provided in this code. And we're putting nothing on the ground. We're containing it all. We have a double system for backup. So we don't feel that the reason he denied us in the first place should apply. And when I started thinking about this appeal and I had to write the basis for the appeal, the light suddenly came on in my head that, well, what are we? We're basically a connection to sewer. The sewage is going from this lot to the sewage treatment plant via a pump truck, just the same as if it were in a pipeline. So if we are considered the same or equivalent to a connection to sewer, then we have other options for reducing the amount of wastewater going into those vaults so that they don't have to be pumped very often, so that it's not going to cost as much as Rob's numbers would indicate. We would be entitled to do gray water separation, and I believe I can meet the setback criteria from that seasonal or that year-round stream. I can meet those with a gray water system that would reduce Joe's wastewater actually going into the vault by perhaps as much as 90%. Joe would still have to be have to be very aggressive with his water conservation measures. By gray water requirements, you could take out the washing machine, you could take out the shower, you can take out the bathroom sinks. You would still have to put the kitchen sink and the toilet into the vaults. But the toilet, by law, Joe would also have the option of putting a composting toilet alongside of the flush toilet. So the flush toilet wouldn't need to be used very often, if at all. And Rob can tell you also that there's, so that leaves basically just the kitchen sink going into the vault. But Rob's working on a plan with the state right now that would allow even the kitchen sink to be considered gray water if you take out the garbage disposal. And I'm not sure if there's some other requirements he could fill you in a little better. But if we are considered a connection to sewer, Joe can do this and greatly reduce what's going into those tanks, and it'll be a workable system. The
10 gallons a day.
yeah, 10 gallons a day.
Go ahead. For the black water from the kitchen sink.
Mhm.
10 gallons a day.
And so the first thing I was talking about was figure one, what we're actually proposing. Okay, that's what was denied. The second figure is what we could do if we're considered the same as a connection to sewer. That's where we have the gray water. And that's where, I want to say that not only would this be a solution to Joe's problem, it would be a valuable tool for me to have in my toolbox to solve similar problems on many other similar lots. We have a lot of unbuildable lots in this county due to not having enough room for a septic system. This may not solve all of them, but it would solve some of them, perhaps several hundred. And finally, taking this concept a little further with using the pump vault system as a safety net, even for, you could combine it with gray water separation, still have a septic component, a black water septic component, but it would be much reduced in size because you've taken out the gray water, and you can't do that now. The way things are set up, you have to have 100% capacity in your septic system before you can do gray water, or you have to be connected to sewer. So we need this determination that the pump vault system with the emergency dial out to the pumper is equivalent to a connection to sewer. Then we can do all these other things.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the proponents?
I do.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. So I can see why staff would be concerned, but I can also see why Bob would want to try to figure out a way to deal with this. The hookup to public sewer is an interesting idea. You're basically using a truck as a collection system. But would you have a contract as well with a connection through a public utility that way? Or would you have a contract through just the pumper and have their contract with, like, TUD be the connect? I'm just thinking this is probably a county council question in a way. I could see there could be a way to do it and to interpret that, but I think we want to cover our base with that way.
Right, so when I look at the ordinance code 13.08.150, it discusses what it means to be a public sewer being available and when it's not, and I'm not hearing anything with using a pumper truck that fits in with that section.
Okay.
So from my perspective, that's not something under our ordinance code that is allowed.
Okay.
Okay.
We can change ordinance too, though, potentially.
At another point in time, if the ordinance code was before your board for reconsideration, yes.
Yeah, let me just clarify something, okay? The only thing on the agenda today, and the only thing that we can deal with today is the very specific appeal to the very specific grounds of denial on the very specific proposed project. So that's what we're kind of constrained to do today. I think that, at least from my viewpoint, there are some possible additional measures, mechanisms, whatever you want to call it, that might be useful to explore between proponent and staff, but we can't really determine today that we're going to override the staff determination based on some things that are not part of that determination. So, Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, a couple other, I guess they're worries from the standpoint of how this operates. It's going to be a dial-up system. It's all dependent on power outages. If the power goes out, and we know that's going to happen because it does happen, how do we overcome that? You're not home, power goes out, tank's full, nobody knows about it.
Battery backup.
The battery backup, but how's it going to get to the telemetry? I know there's ways of doing it, but I don't see where you've proposed anything other than the alarm here. I haven't really looked at the detail that close, but the fact is that that's what I worry about. Okay, your tank overflows, the creek's right there, runs in the creek, and now we have a big mess. Is that worth the risk?
That's why they hire me. The second tank, the second 2,000-gallon tank, would only be receiving any wastewater if there was such an emergency as you're describing. Ordinarily, we're just working off the first tank, filling up about 3/4 full, and calling for the pump service to come. The pumper would, of course, check out all the equipment, have to verify that the alarm system is functional. This would all be under contract that is required by the county, very similar to what they require now on engineered systems. They require a service provider come out and check the system, I think twice a year normally. So this system would be getting checked more often than that, or at least, the minimal amount of time, whatever that would be, twice a year perhaps. So the second tank is to take care of the situation where all systems fail. It's still going to be collected. It's not going to go in the creek.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
Now, your board earlier today heard about the State Water Board trying to classify 6 more creeks in Tuolumne County. And Dr. Stolp and I fought to get Sullivan Creek off this, off the original list they had. Right now, it's Woods Creek is the one that's considered as a 303D waterway. The potential of this getting in the water and somebody sampling the water at that time is not going to be beneficial to Tuolumne County. And as Mr. Belt said, everything is going to be contained. I have a very elaborate gray water system at my house. I'm diverting 72,000 gallons of wastewater or gray water away from my septic system to relieve it. Well, there was a plug that's the reason I had my septic pumped. And guess what? My tank overflowed. And thank God that I had a bunch of mulch to catch it. And that's why I had to get it pumped out. So these do fail.
Okay. Supervisor Handrell?
I've been contemplating this thing, and this is not, I'm an engineer too, just not a civil engineer. This is not what I call a system that is robust. Single point of failure here scares me, and there's too many. I mean, all you got to do is have the pump guy not show up, and I think you get in trouble. And that's. Is there any commercial system available that does this on small lots, solves this problem?
Well, once again, that was proposed originally when I met Mr. Belt on site. Is we conduct additional soil samples, look at neighboring lots, really get a good picture of what the soils are for that particular lot in today's time. That way, we can try to tackle this from a more scientific level that's more modern.
I view what I see here from a single point of failure issue as a risk not only to the county but to the neighbors in the area and the creek. This doesn't look like it works to me. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced.
So
that the denial wasn't there. Right.
If I'm familiar, this creek runs into Phoenix Lake, right? Phoenix Lake is a water supply for most of TUD.
Okay. Going to open it up to public comment other than the proponent. Seeing no public comment. Seeing public comment. You got to be a little quicker. I'm moving pretty fast right now.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My name is Robert Sinclair, and I live in Chinese Camp. My brother and sister have been before you sometime in the past, and though I'm just their neighbor, I spent 20 years in the construction industry in the Central Valley, and we built several thousand homes, all connected to sanitary sewer. But this proposal seems like a simple, common sense solution to a wastewater situation that we all have, separating gray water from black water so that it can recharge the ground basin from which it came. It's a simpler solution, cheaper solution than one we have now all over California and America. There are aerobic systems as well that leave you with an effluent that exceeds, I'm told, that of the present system with TUD or any other one, and that makes sense. Don't have miles and miles and miles and miles of pipe all over California. And yet, their comments notwithstanding, they make sense, but if you only pump a tank twice a year and you have a second vault, the disasters that you contemplate don't even seem to be reasonable to me, because the second tank's as big as the first one, and it took 6 months to fill the first one. An occasional power outage or someone not answering their phone seems small in comparison to the benefit. So anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Sure. Just to clarify a couple of points. First of all, the gray water system, my understanding, is not part of the proposal that is at issue here?
That is correct.
Okay. And the second point is we were not talking about pumping the system out twice a year. We were talking about pumping it out somewhere on the low side or on the most frequent side every 10 days, but possibly not as frequent as that. But certainly we were not talking about pumping it out only twice a year, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Just want to make sure I understood the issues right. Okay.
Can I make another comment?
Sure, absolutely.
If there's only 10 gallons going into the tank with the gray water system, see, we're not able to get the gray water system and the compost toilet without having approval on these vaults. With the vault alone, it doesn't make sense. We have to have these other systems with it, because then only approximately 10 gallons a day will go into the first vault, and then it only needs to be pumped once every 5 months. I know that's not the original proposal, but we cannot get the other systems without this.
I understand, but we can only deal with the facts. We are hearing an appeal of a staff, a duly constituted staff decision, okay? We can only act on the merits of the appeal as it refers to that project and that staff decision. If we had all that other information, we could act on that. But that is information that is new, post the duly constituted staff decision. So we're limited in what we can consider. If after this, if the outcome of this is such that you want to put another proposal in, that's a whole new action that would generate a whole new staff decision, and that would potentially, if you didn't like that decision, that would be another appeal process that we would listen to whatever's in that proposal. Okay? Yes, sir.
I was unaware of the reason for denial of our application until I got Rob's letter. And in my response to that letter, I basically said that we did not feel that his basis for denial was valid because we're putting nothing on the ground. And that is still what I'm asking you to decide today. And then the second part is we don't like the experimental category, but we could live with it.
Okay.
But then the other thing that was brought up in my reason that I had to appeal this was that the connection to sewer. So on the last page of my handout here, you know, I'm just asking you basically just to consider the first two items. We'll take the third item off the table. To approve our permit and change the label from experimental to alternative, because it's very simple and all the components have been used on other systems for quite some time. And then to consider the proposed pump vault system to be equivalent to a connection to sewer. So those are the only two items, and I think Rob agrees that's all they can decide on today.
Okay.
All you can decide on today.
Okay. Thank you. I do have one question of Mr. Koslevy. Given the nature of the lot, since you went out there and walked the walk and all that stuff, given the nature of the lot, what could be built on that lot without doing some extraordinary measures?
As Mr. Belt informed you earlier, it's one of the most horrible lots that I've ever seen in regards to the ability to put a septic system on. There's many site constraints. There's large boulders. That's why I suggested originally try to get an easement from the neighbor, potentially. Where he was petitioned, or there's one area that could potentially hold some septic, but it wasn't tested for, and that's what I was suggesting, that you test that area. Okay. So the stars have to align perfectly on this.
Okay, thank you. So having had public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Is it in yours or Randy's?
It's Randy's, but I'm curious.
Go ahead.
The three items that Bob referenced here, do you have that, Rob?
Here, Rob.
So Bob stated that we have the ability to do that. I'm getting direction from county council that we couldn't do that. Can you address each of those?
Well, number one, that's something that Mr. Costley needs to address in terms of the term. But in number two, if you look at the ordinance code, it specifically addresses, and I can pull it up here, when a public sewer is considered available. The agency operating the sewer has agreed to permit the connections. The public sewer is located 300 feet or less from the proposed building as measured over an existing public right-of-way or public utility easement. If the private sewer to be connected is at a lower elevation than the public sewer, the distance described herein shall be 100 feet or less via public easement. And the last one is the character of flow in the public sewer at the point of connection is the type of flow commonly known as open channel flow, so that there is an airspace above the sewage in a public sewer pipe under normal operating conditions at the time of the sewer connection. So when I read that, that indicates to me we're talking connection directly to a public utility sewer. We're not talking about taking it in some other capacity outside of that and then later putting it into the utility. That's how I read that section. So for me, number 2 is not something that, the way that our current ordinance code is drafted, that your board can do under the current language of our ordinance code.
Okay.
So what about 1 and 3? I mean, we're having this appeal, and it's kind of like a pissing match to see how this thing's going to turn out. And I can see we're trying to figure out direction to go. I'm interested in, I don't think this thing was ready for prime time completely, but I think you're trying to navigate some gray areas, no pun, to figure something out. I think, I mean, Rob, do you see any way that the systems he's proposing with Greywater, excluding ordinances and rules and things like that it could be made to work where we would be comfortable? I was thinking maybe another tank with an alarm as a that would go to the county, or I mean.
That's not the discussion. And can I just?
Okay. Can I please clarify? All we are trying to determine now is whether staff's determination to deny this project based on what was known to staff at the time that they made that determination should be overturned. Okay? We can also, after we make that determination, give whatever guidance we want to staff to work with the proponent to try and find an alternative acceptable solution. But it's not our job right now to solve this problem. It is our job right now to rule on the staff's determination. Okay? So with that, I will ask whoever owns this district, which is Supervisor Hanvelt, for some sort of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I don't own the district.
You rent it, I know.
No, I don't. I don't own the district. I'm the supervisor for that.
But we would love you to pay property taxes on it.
Thank you for the clarification. And my view is similar, and that is we're not here to redesign a system. We're not technically qualified to do that. And that's the problem. You propose something new here. And I would like staff to continue to work with these folks to see if we can't find a solution that works. But as for the denial, I haven't seen evidence that the system originally proposed works, and I have to agree, and I have to move in favor of the staff in denying.
Okay.
I would second that, and with the explanation to go a little bit further, is where my comfort zone is not in the reliance on a septic pump company to get there in a timely manner to pump that tank. So if we do come back, and this is that some sort of contract and guarantee from a septic company that would perform would be much helpful if we get to the next level, because right now we have the danger of contaminating a major waterway, a major drinking water source. It scares me because I know from experience toilets they run more than 10 gallons a day. You could be gone for a week, or like I was, and come back and have all your hardwood floors ruined because the toilet didn't shut off. So anyway, I second the motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, a second by Supervisor Gray, with the direction to staff to, at the extent that the proponents wish to try and work out a solution, to try and work with them to make the lot buildable in some fashion. So with that, the motion is to uphold the staff denial of the project as presented, and I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. We have one. Supervisor Royce abstained, so it's 4-0-1. And with that, here's my plan for the rest of the day. Okay. First of all, we are going to defer the continued 11 o'clock appointment until the November 1st meeting. I have conferred with the county administrator on that. We are going to continue the closed session item number 20B, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation until November 1st. I have conferred with county counsel on that. We plan on completing the agenda items and then doing the closed session number 20A on conference with labor negotiations, which we continued from this morning. So would the clerk of the board please read item 14, and would staff be brief?
This is consideration of approving correspondence to the Secretary of Agriculture regarding the Stanislaus River watershed
Our next meeting.
be made eligible to use as Farm Bill funding.
Good afternoon. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I want to provide you with some updated correspondence on this item first for your Okay, so in 2014, Congress passed the Farm Bill, which, as you see in your staff memo there, contains important provision for addressing insect and disease threats on national forest lands. More importantly, or along with that, it also established a categorical exclusion for qualifying insect and disease projects located within a designated landscape scale watershed. So what that means is projects planned under the categorical exclusion are designed to reduce the risk or increase the resilience to insect and disease infestation, and more importantly, what that means is the NEPA assessment is not required for these projects, which, as I'm sure you get, expedites the process for the projects. There is, at the Natural Resources Committee meeting, Supervisor Higgins of the Stanislaus National Forest showed us some maps of the area of the forest that has been designated for this categorical exclusion under the Farm Bill. There is a portion of the Stanislaus River watershed that is not included under that. And projects in that area are not eligible for the categorical exclusion, and therefore would take presumably a couple years for the full NEPA process to have projects designed in that area that address insect and disease infestation. So after discussion with Supervisor Higgins, the Natural Resources Committee voted to approve correspondence to the Secretary of Agriculture requesting that this portion of the Stanislaus River watershed be included or be designated and eligible for this categorical exclusion under the Farm Bill. So the updated correspondence that I sent you, there are a few changes after my conversation with Miss Ann Denton at the Stanislaus National Forest. I just made a couple clarifications in that correspondence. And then I also want to note that after my conversation with Miss Ann Denton, she requested that we actually, if your board decides to approve this correspondence, she requested that you wait a month to send the correspondence because the Forest Service is working on their own correspondence related to this matter. And she felt like if the county sent theirs ahead of time, that it would look like an uncoordinated effort.
When is the Forest Service planning on having their correspondence?
It's not quite known yet.
Okay.
They will start on it next week, start writing it. Regional representatives
go ahead,
from the regional
Supervisor
office.
Hancock.
Two things. Actually, I have those maps
Mike.
electronically.
I have them too.
But the area we're talking about, they showed the WUI areas of the WUI areas of the wildland urban interface, and then they showed the threats to that area, threat areas, and this area is left blank on these maps right now, and it's immediately adjacent to that, and it's adjacent to that in a lot of our high populated areas, and so this has some urgency, and I thought in our meeting that Supervisor Higgins was okay with this. What's happened?
What do you mean okay?
okay with us sending correspondence asking for
So
that.
can I clarify?
Go ahead.
I've talked to her. She is okay. We just want to coordinate this so that it doesn't look like we're opposing the Forest Service and that we're actually working together.
We're not opposing the
No,
Forest
we're not. We want to help, and so that's all what they were suggesting is that we time this in a way so that it's understood by the Secretary of Agriculture that we are both requesting this. It's very important. For whatever reason, the Stanislaus watershed was left off. The Tuolumne was designated. This does not supplant NEPA. You still have to do a CE on it. It just allows you to go in and treat 3,000-acre pieces within a watershed with a document that utilizes the information that they already have and just fills the gaps if there's some ARCHI studies or some other pieces. So we're not supplanting NEPA. It just gives them another tool to use the CE authority and giving them the ability to use that within the Stanislaus watershed.
Okay, so I see two possible alternatives here. One alternative is, well, there's three. One alternative is to just approve this letter and send it, okay? One alternative is to approve the letter and put it on the shelf, or defer this agenda item until we know what the Forest Service letter is going to say and make sure that we're in G with it, and do that at a later meeting. The third alternative is to approve the letter today and send it with a statement added in there that this letter has been coordinated with the Forest Service. So I don't know if there's a sense of urgency.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Handel seems to
if
think.
we're going to defer, I suggest we just keep this as a draft because
Okay.
I would rather
I would agree, and let's wait to see where the Forest Service,
Sure.
because we want to work together
Sure.
as much as possible with
And I
that.
thought we were going to be bringing this back actually at our next meeting.
Okay, so
Continue the item.
I'm going to continue this item until some meeting in November, not in December,
Right.
okay? Based on timing with the Forest Service. Is that okay?
Yeah, with my conversation with Ms. Denton, she said the November 15th meeting
Okay.
she felt would be sufficient.
Thank you very much. Public comment? Good point. Public comment? Good. Thank you. Would the clerk of the board please read item 15?
Consideration of approving correspondence to CAL FIRE requesting an entire rimfire burn area to be designated as Tier 2 high hazard zone.
And staff brief report.
Yes, okay, so CAL FIRE is the entity that designates area of tree mortality into 2 high hazard zones. Tier 1 represents potential and direct threats to people, buildings, or infrastructure from falling trees as a result of insect and disease. Tier 2 represents a broader fire risk or forest health concerns. Again, at our Natural Resources Committee, there was discussion about a certain part of the rimfire burn area that was left out of being designated as Tier 2 zone. In conversations about that, it could possibly be because when that mapping was initially done, that portion of the rimfire was not, there was no mortality as a result of insect and disease, but now we are seeing that. Multiple entities have noted that. And so we are requesting, and this letter is going to the representative of CAL FIRE who sits on the tree mortality task force, Gabriel Schultz, and requesting that portion of the rimfire burn area be included in Tier 2. And let me just mention why. Any biomass that's removed out of that area can be sold to Ultra Power and included in Ultra Power's, if they win the auction that they put in for, they are going to need up to 80% of fuels that come from high hazard zones. And so those fuels from that area could be sold to Ultra Power and would go toward that.
Okay, thank you. Public comment? Bring it back to the board.
We just need to be CCing TCU on this because they're working on the map piece
Okay,
also.
got that?
Yeah, and I just want to note, too, the Forest Service actually is in the process as well as writing
Okay.
correspondence on the same issue.
Supervisor Brennan,
I move approval of the letter.
as amended.
As amended.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 5-0. Okay, will the clerk of the board please read item 16?
Consideration of adopting a resolution accepting claims of excess proceeds from the tax defaulted property sales and authorizing the distribution of excess proceeds from the sales.
Okay, staff report.
Good afternoon. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. Last year, the tax department sold tax defaulted properties at a public auction. Some of those properties sold for more than the minimum bid, thereby creating excess proceeds. Parties of interest have submitted claims for those proceeds and documents supporting their claim. County Council has validated the claims and the recommended distribution schedule. I'm requesting the board approve accepting the claims for excess proceeds and the distribution of those proceeds from the 2015 tax defaulted property sale.
Okay, County Council, you got any comments that have not been already referred to?
No, nothing further.
Okay. Questions? Public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay. Do I have okay, I've got a, was that Supervisor Gray? Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Will
Thank you.
the clerk of the board please bring CRA Director Bev Shane back up?
So number 17 is consideration of approving the Algerine Wards Ferry Road Bridge Replacement Project and adopting the mitigation negative declaration prepared for the project.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's good to be last, right? See everything.
Well, I don't know. You're next to last right now. You last too?
Not closed session.
Yeah,
That's
we
correct.
still have a closed session to
Sorry.
go.
Got all excited.
We
Tanya
aren't.
Allen from the Community Resources Agency. In 2011, the county was authorized by FHWA to proceed with a preliminary engineering for the Algerine Wards Ferry Road Crossing Blankets Creek Bridge Replacement Project. This project is 100% funded under the Highway Bridge Program. In general, the project proposes to replace the existing bridge with a single-span, cast-in-place concrete slab on the same alignment as the existing bridge. Contextually sensitive to the region, this bridge will receive an aesthetic barrier similar to the area bridges built in the 1920s to 1930s. A conceptual evaluation was included in your packet. Pursuant to Section 2.3.090V of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which authorizes the Historic Preservation Review Commission, also known as the HPRC, to provide technical assistance and expertise to the Tuolumne County Resources Agency. Staff presented the project to the HPRC in April of 2014, and the Commission commented on the type of concrete to be used and a plaque to be placed on the bridge. The Commission supported the overall project and supported the conceptual design of the bridge. Now, FHWA design of bridges follow the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, what us engineers call AASHTO frequently. So following the AASHTO designs for geometric standards. Based on the low volumes of traffic at this bridge, a width of 18 feet is recommended under AASHTO, but under California's Public Resources Code, Section 4290, it is required to have a bridge clear width of 20 feet. We have gotten FHW's approval for this larger width. And lastly, Algerine Wards Ferry is classified as a minor collector. Pursuant to Appendix 2.A of the circulation element in the general plan, the county's typical design for a minor collector road includes two 12-foot travel lanes with 6-foot shoulders for a total width of pavement of 32 feet. Implementing Program 2A Point B of the Tuolumne County General Plan advocates constructing or improving roads to standards provided in Appendix 2.A, but acknowledges the need for exceptions to provide safe and adequate public access and circulation are preserved by such exemptions. A concrete slab was selected based on the potential that this structure would be the most economical if widened if future traffic volumes increase. In June of 2015, the CRA, a mitigated negative declaration was signed by the environmental coordinator pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, and circulated for public review. The county review period closed July 29th of 2015, and the county received comments from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Caltrans has approved a categorical exclusion for the project under the National Environmental Protection Act, also known as NEPA, and upon your board's approval, the Algerine Wards Ferry Bridge Replacement Project and mitigated negative declaration, staff will be able to commence right-of-way activities, including permit and right-of-way acquisition. It is recommended that your board adopt the mitigated negative declaration, including the mitigation monitoring and reporting program prepared for the Algerine Wards Ferry Road Bridge Replacement Project, number 1571, based on the findings A through F, and your board approve the Algerine Wards Ferry Road Bridge Replacement Project, number 1571, based on the findings A through D. I'm here, as well as our project manager, Blossom Scottheim, to answer any questions that you may have.
Couple questions.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Gray.
You mentioned it's going to be in the same place as the existing bridge. What happens to traffic during the construction, and how long is it going to take?
I believe, are we closing the road? We are closing the road in this area, and it will be a one-season job.
Okay, so everybody that lives in my district on the other side of the road that wants to come to Jamestown has to go up to Limekiln, and everybody that lives in Carl's district that wants to go that way has to go down and twist road up. Was there any considerations of having a temporary crossing or anything?
Those are always considerations. I believe the ADT was 13 up there. Average daily trips.
I'd have to double check. It's do you have it? No. 80.
Okay, 80. It was a very low volume that the benefits of having impacts to your channelways for a ability to drive around that bridge during construction didn't weigh out.
Answers my question, but it certainly won't make the people happy, that's for sure. I'm not concerned about Carl's so much.
They're already not happy because of the detour going through there.
Yeah. Okay, that's all the questions I have. It's partially in my district, partially in Carl's district, so I'd happy to make a motion if you're
Go ahead,
ready.
that's fine. But first, let me ask for public comment. Public comment. Now back to the board.
And I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll just move on staff recommendations.
Do we need the conditions? Okay. I have a motion. I have a second by Supervisor Handwelt, motion by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Please read item 18.
Consideration of approving correspondence regarding Senate Bill SB X11 and Assembly Bill X126, which would create the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program.
You're still here?
I'm still here. Tanya Allen, CRA, or Supervising Engineer of the CRA. Your board adopted its 2016 legislative platform earlier this year, in which one of the items consistently not addressed is the lack of funding for maintaining and improving the road system in California. Senator Jim Bell and Assemblymember Jim Frazier have presented the Senate Bill X11 and Assembly Bill X126, which would create the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program to address the deferred maintenance on the state highway system and the local and street road system to the legislator as part of the current special session. This session is addressed, or to be addressed, by the end of November. This bipartisan funding package will dedicate $7.4 billion annually to the transportation projects in reform and stabilized transportation funding. Approximately $2.5 billion will be allocated to local streets and roads, and under the proposed bill, Tuolumne County would receive an estimated $5.1 million per year. Some of the revenue sources and other provisions, including in the proposed legislation, are returning the truck weight fees. Beginning fiscal year 17-18, the state can only take a percentage, ramping down every 5-year period until fully returned, of the weight fees for transportation-related bond debt service. The gas tax will increase by 17 cents per gallon, and the diesel tax will increase by 30 cents per gallon, and the index to the tax to the California Consumer Price Index, requiring the Board of Equalization to adjust the tax every 3 years to keep it pace with inflation. The vehicle registration fee will increase $38 annually, and it ends the true-up. Constitutional amendment to ensure a funding cannot be diverted for non-transportation uses and improves Caltrans efficiency. Staff reported in September the 2016 State of the Roads, which the county's pavement condition index has decreased from 46 to 36 in 4 years. In Tuolumne County, if Tuolumne County receives $5.1 million, the first objective, would to fill the positions that haven't been filled in order to balance our budget. This approximate $2 million increase annually, the county could allocate these funds towards surface treatments. If you recall, in the State of the Roads presentation, when the county received Proposition 1B funds of approximately $1.6 million annually, we were able to resurface approximately 8 miles per year. Some of the caveats to receive the additional funding in this package would require additional fiscal administration. The bills require cities and counties to maintain their general fund transportation levels at equal to or greater than their annual average expenditures during fiscal years 10, 11, and 12, which is known as the maintenance of effort. In Tuolumne County, the general fund contribution to the road fund has been $75,000, and in the one-time general fund contributions for the project would also contribute as part of a maintenance of effort. This could require that the county contribute approximately $940,000 annually in order to receive these funds if these bills are passed. If the Tuolumne County Transportation Council approves the correspondence to the state legislature expressing its concerns about SBX1 and ABX26. This is included in your packet. As directed by your board, the engineering staff has prepared the attached correspondence regarding SBX1 and ABX126. And then since April, your board has sent the governor and state legislator a series of letters concerning the deterioration of the transportation infrastructure in California with regards to the poor conditions of the roads in Tuolumne County. In each of those letters, your board requested that the legislator provide additional funding for maintaining transportation facilities without adding or increasing taxes or fees. Because SBX 1 and ABX 26 do propose increasing existing fees and taxes and adding new ones, the attached correspondent does not support those bills, but rather supports the need for additional funding for maintaining the transportation infrastructure in Tuolumne County and throughout the state of California, including the provisions to eliminate further realignments on transportation funding.
Okay, thank you. Public comment? Any supervisors have any comment? No? I would offer for my colleagues' consideration a possible change in the last paragraph, starting at the beginning, saying, notwithstanding our reservations mentioned above, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors greatly appreciates, since we've been so out there, I think that we need to acknowledge the effort, and we're not going to win everything. what we really need to win is a lot of money to fix our roads. So I think that makes a stronger statement. Okay? So that's my proposed change, and then I'm looking to the board for any comments, motions, whatever.
I'll move in favor of the letters with your correction.
Okay? Do I have a second? Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanveld, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor, and the motion includes my amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay, will the clerk of the board please read again our closed session item A?
28.
Yep.
This is closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Ann Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 5497.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, for those listening in the public that weren't here earlier, the 11 o'clock closed session is continued to November 1st, and closed session item number 20B is also considered continued until November 1st. And we are going to go into closed session to discuss closed session item number A. We do not anticipate a report out.